Hello everyone. I came to the conclusion that I needed to do something to sort out the mess that my house is becoming, in particular with regards to my hoarding tendency, collecting. There's a very fine line between collecting and hoarding, but recently there's been a couple of things that have occurred that have prompted me to do this. One was that I recently bought the Peninsular War supplement to a set of wars called Soldiers of Napoleon, and when I bought it, I was aware that there'd been another supplement for the wars of the early coalitions of the Napoleonic Wars, and I thought I had purchased it, and I couldn't find it anywhere. I looked for it for a long time. And I was on the point of buying it, thinking that I must have thought I bought it and hadn't done, and then I came across it. So luckily I didn't buy a second copy, and I also, not regarding Wargames rules, but I did recently purchase a group of figures, some lions. You may have seen them in a recent video update that I posted. But I duplicated a purchase of some lions from Wargames Foundry, and that was simply because I'd purchased that pack many years ago, and it had just disappeared into the mess of my lead mountain. Basically, I have over exceeded my storage capacity in every regard: books, DVDs, Wargames figures, both painted and unpainted Wargames rules, and so on. But with regard to Wargames rules, I didn't really even have a specific, cupboard or shelf or box or whatever where I kept them. They just, I would buy them and just put them down somewhere and think, oh yeah, I'll pick those up later and come back to those, and then you think you've put them somewhere easily, it's rememberable, and then you just forget about them altogether. So I decided what I would do is I would get out every single Wargames rules. I have been rummaging through cupboards and surfaces and everything, for the last day, and these are all the Wargames rules that I have in my house, I believe. Lots and lots and lots and lots of them. So what I'm going to do, I decided, is to put all these. I'm going to buy some storage boxes and put them all into storage boxes. I think you can get an idea from this. I wanted to document this moment, and put up a video on YouTube where I can talk about Wargames rules in general, the sort of history of Wargames rules, my feelings about them. But the first thing I would say is that they are incredibly difficult to store neatly, tidily, and in an organised fashion. And that's because you have a similar problem with books. I don't know if you have this problem with your own collection of books yourself, but how do you organise them on bookshelves? Because books come in all shapes and sizes, and if you organise them by, say, subject matter, then you might have an almost encyclopedic sized book alongside a paperback because they're both covering the same subject. But then if you do that, you're wasting an awful lot of space because the height of the encyclopedia is going to determine the distance between two shelves. And that leaves a vast unused area above the paperbacks. And you can see that is a very similar problem with an added twist with Wargames rules, is that in general they come in kind of like A4 type sizes, but so many rules, especially modern rules, also require cards. They require tokens. Very often it's useful to print out quick reaction, quick reference sheets and things like that. So you end up with, say here with sort of dystopian wars, just the book itself. You have to have the generic game cards. You can't really put those together on a bookshelf. It just becomes so difficult to know what to do, whether to separate them and keep them in different places. So they are going to go astray. But it's a fact. That's a fact of life, and I can live with that. I can live with that. So what I've decided I'm going to do is buy pouches. Sort of sealable, kind of transparent envelopes, and then keep each set of rules in that envelope along with whatever accessories it requires, like the cards or something like that. So that's just an observation on the practicality of storing all these things. But I wanted to talk in a lot more detail. This is going to be a very, very long video. I'll probably have to make it in stages, but I will upload it as one long video. If you don't, I know a lot of people don't watch long videos, so you won't be watching this because you would have already have seen how long it is. I don't know how long it's going to be, but you will know, from the fact that it gives you the time in the bottom right hand corner of the thumbnail, so you will know if you're committing yourself to this video, you will know how long it's going to take. If you don't want to watch a few hours of video, you can always watch it in segments. But I've found in the past, I've got very frustrated if I have segmented a long video, that it kind of frustrates me that the later episodes will get more views than the earlier episode, whereas you would think it would tail off. So people aren't seeing that particular episode in the context of the whole. So I don't want to do that. I don't like doing that. I always make my videos, if they are going to take a long time, they take a long time. People aren't forced to watch them, and people can turn off at any point they get tired. So that's how I'm going to tackle this. But this will take a long time because I'm going to go through every one of these set of rules. I mean, I may only talk about them or just, flick through them in a couple of seconds. Some others I will talk about in greater depth. But I want to talk about the history of wargaming rules, my feelings, the type of rules that I like, the type of rules that I don't like, and so on, and have a long chinwag about it with you. So things that have been occurring to me as I've been putting, as I've been rummaging around my house, putting all these together on this table surface. Um, there is a difference and yet a link between a game and a simulation, and Wargames rules can position themselves anywhere along a line stretching from a game to a simulation. A game, as the name implies, has a more kind of fun aspect to it. It doesn't have to. It obeys its own. It has its rules, but it obeys its own rules. You gather the rules from the game. A simulation can be fun. It is fun. I like simulations. We're more familiar nowadays with simulations on computers, and that is simply because computers are better suited to a simulation. A simulation that comes out of a wargames rules book will tend to be quite dense, full of protocols and full of data, and a lot of kind of the sort of mental task is taken away from you by the computer. It makes it easier to play a simulation on a computer than it does on a tabletop. But nevertheless, some wargames rules are more designed to play out a simulation. So in other words, there are rules that that you have to obey that are rules of real life, as it were. So, for instance, there are laws of physics that tell you that a particular projectile is incapable of penetrating a certain thickness of armour and so on. In a war game, you don't have to take that kind of thing into account so much. You get a hit if you roll the right roll on a dice, and yes, the dice rolls are harder to achieve if the task is more difficult, and some tasks are impossible. So you cannot get a hit because the factors have piled up to the point that you can't roll that number on a dice. So it becomes impossible. But that's still not a simulation. You're still playing a game using the mechanics of the game. That a simulation is far more precise and far more detailed in its approach, and you frequently find you have to refer to charts and tables and all that kind of thing. So the simulation, I use the expression grown up, but that's not to be derogatory towards war games, as I love war games. It's just to give you that sort of feel that I'm trying to put across, that a simulation is a more serious business. Yes, it can be fun, but it requires more mental energy, more concentration than a game necessarily does. And if you want to go to a wargames club and have a pleasant afternoon socialising with like-minded friends and acquaintances, you may not want to have all the headaches of a simulation. You may want to go for a game. So that's fair enough. So there's a broad spectrum of war games rules out there. Is the first thing I wanted to say, and you will have your own predilections about what kind of war games rules you like in that respect. But there are other things that come into come into play, and they are things like realism and accuracy. Now they're not the same thing. So accuracy, for instance, we're all familiar with people that we describe as button counters and rivet counters and so on. So accuracy is, accuracy is a more pedantic type of thing. It's more, the war games rules incorporate a weapon, in a particular conflict, and the weapon wasn't introduced until the year after that conflict ended, something like that. So war games rules can be inaccurate. It doesn't stop them being playable, but it will put some people off. It will put some people off playing them simply because there are errors in the rules like that. Realism, on the other hand, is, it's not realistic to expect a unit, a raw unit of conscripts to put up any serious, resistance to an elite unit of veteran soldiers. Yes, that can conceivably happen in real life, but it's not realistic. For if a set of rules constantly throws up incidents where that happens in your game, then the war games rules are unrealistic and potentially flawed for that reason. So they are the kind of things that I take into account when I'm playing a set of rules. So recently Zen Miniature Painting YouTube channel put up a video where he was referencing an earlier video that I had put up, where I'd been talking about skirmish type war game sets of rules, and I know that Sharp Practice from Too Fat Lard is a very popular set of rules, but I personally have never been able to get on with it, and part of the reason for that, and he put this far better than I did in my video, is that those type of skirmish type games that Sharp Practice produce on the table never happened in reality. You didn't, you would never get a battle where 12 dragoons and 10 old guard and a howitzer met in confrontation with Sharp's rifles and I don't know, a mule train. It just didn't. It never happened, and yet Sharp Practice produced those type of games simply because they are the type of armies that war gamers put together. They very rarely organise their armies and build their armies up in an historically accurate manner in order to reproduce orders of battle, in particular battles. I mean, why would you? Why, if you just want to fight generic games anyway, why would you want to start your army by saying, right, I'm going to have to build it up to according to the order of battle at Waterloo or something like that. You're going to pick units that you want to paint, that motivate you to get painting and so on, and everybody does it. We all start with elite units and so on, and then want to get them on the table and play with them. And Sharp Practice, caters to that kind of audience, and good on them, but it's not the kind of game that I find satisfactory. And also another thing that happened fairly recently was I was watching a battle report on YouTube. I won't name the station; it's a very popular YouTube channel. But he put up a Boxer Rebellion battle report, and it was a fun game. You could tell it was a fun game to play. It was full of twists and turns, and it was very evenly balanced. But in the end, the game had been won by, to all extents and purposes, it had been won, and yet the other side won the battle, won the game, because one of the units on what should have been the winning side was exterminated by friendly fire. Now, that's just not realistic. That would never have happened. And I was talking about this to someone down at my local Wargames club, who is a big Sharp Practice fan, and he said, "Oh yeah, it would. Yeah, it's the sort of the amount of smoke that was generated in a battle, could easily have obscured targets, and people would have fired on their own side and so on." Yes, that did happen, but it didn't happen in skirmishes where there were only 30 or 40 people on each side. It happened in, where there were massed volleys of troops, and the loss of one unit in a battle of that size wouldn't have determined the outcome of the battle. So that's the kind of thing that bugs me about certain rules, and why I choose to play some and not others. But anyway, what I'm going to do, as I say, I'm going to stop the camera now, and I'm going to take you. It's going to help me in a way to try and get this all organised in a particular way, because I've literally just laid them out on the table. I've tried to group them into areas of similarity and so on. But I'm gonna start this long discourse on Wargames rules by going through each and every one of these sets of rules, and trying to kind of tease out some of my thoughts on this in a kind of non-organised way, and hopefully it will be of interest to you. So I'll just change the camera around and we'll get started on that. Right, I'm going to start with this pile here. As I said earlier, basically I haven't organised this in any way, shape or form. So this pile contains some, but not exclusively, of my really sort of oldest Wargames rules, because I thought I might as well start at the beginning. But the beginning actually starts long before I started wargaming, and I haven't got H.G. Wells's Little Wars, but most people cite that as sort of the origins of wargaming. So I just wanted really to make some remarks about that to begin with. Now I am getting on a bit now. I'm not I feel my age a little bit, but I don't consider myself old age, but I'm certainly older than a great many of the YouTube fraternity. I'll be 70 years old a bit later this year, in a couple of months, I see things. My standpoint is I can see vast changes in the hobby of wargaming just in my lifetime. But H.G. Wells obviously was writing in the sort of Edwardian era, sort of pre-First World War, and he was basically playing he was laying down Wargames rules for use with boys' collections of toy soldiers, rules that could be played on the living room carpet, and they are recognisably Wargames rules, but there are elements of things like you'll have cannon that would actually fire projectiles. I don't know what they fired. As a child, I can remember having toy cannons that just had a spring in them that would just propel little plastic shells and things like that. So maybe they fired, I don't know, bits of wood, whatever, and then they would knock the soldiers down. So there is a kind of play, there's a play element involved. And that's the first thing that I wanted to say, really, is that the Wargames rules were written for toy soldiers. Toy soldiers were things that boys played with, and if you carried on with an interest in toy soldiers into your teens, let alone into your adulthood, then there was considered, you were considered to be somewhat, retarded. Your development wasn't progressing at the correct speed. You weren't maturing. There was a sort of stigma involved to playing with toy soldiers. And that was still very much the case, when I got into my teens, that myself and a friend at school, used to meet up and play with the little Airfix soldiers. But we were very much kind of like the nerds of our year, and it wasn't something that you should be doing as you were getting older and getting more mature and more responsible. And I think a lot of wargamers, whatever age you are now, if you're in adulthood and you do wargame, there is that element of wanting to recreate your childhood experiences. Now, that does have some kind of sort of social connotations to it. In H.G. Wells' time, there was very much a gender-specific play philosophy. So boys played with toy soldiers. They played with drums. They played with toy rifles. They played with footballs. Girls played with dolls houses, with toy kitchens, and with skipping ropes. And boys' play was very different. Very different from girls' play, and this was almost purposefully designed to allow the sexes to recognise their future roles. Men would become soldiers and sportsmen, and it was very much a sex. There was a big divide between the sexes, and the female role was subservient to the men's. I'm not saying it should have been. I'm just saying that was what the world was like in those days. So playing with toy soldiers was very much a way of kind of directing a boy, towards his future kind of role in society. In one respect, that the military and battles and so on were seen as the domain of the male gender. So it is possible, therefore, for there to be, having said earlier that there was a stigma attached to older children and adults playing with toy soldiers. Nevertheless, there is still a pathway that you could conceivably take from a game of toy soldiers towards a simulation of a military tactics, for instance, on the tabletop, using figures or using blocks of wood or something like that. So you do have very serious-minded simulations of of a war game on the tabletop that were played by adults. So the classic example of that is something like Kriegspiel, which was developed by sort of the Prussian military as a sort of training exercise. Another one that most people don't realise, but if you're familiar with the Jane's series of books on battleships and so on, Jane was actually a naval officer, and he devised a game where silhouettes of ships would be put on a kind of board, and then it was partly a way of helping naval officers identify the silhouettes of vessels. So being able to identify German silhouettes, for instance, being able to tell what a particular ship was by the number of stacks it had, or its shape, or and so on. But he turned it into a game. So the game was that you had this sort of elastic band contraption that would fire little pins into the ships, so you could then see where the shots struck home, and you could ascertain the damage and so on. So he made it into a fun way of training. So it was a kind of game that had morphed into more of a simulation. So that's another example. As I say, this pile here is some of my earlier Wargames rules. Not entirely, there are some more recent ones in here, but let's just start going through these now. So this one I did read as a boy. It was in my school library, but I will confess to having bought this in a second-hand bookshop, or I think it was a second-hand bookshop, yeah. But this is a classic example of, as I say, my generation was like the first generation to be exposed to the Airfix boxes of 1/72 scale models. I mean, they've been around a very long time, but they were only really being introduced to the market in the late 50s and early 60s, which was when I was a child and 10 or 11-year-old and so on. And this book is principally he does go into other figure sizes there, you can see, but he's mainly, Terence Wise wrote this, he's mainly giving you kind of rules for different periods where you can use those plastic figures, and your plastic terrain and so on that you could get from the local train shops, hobby shops and so on. And if you're my generation or later, you'll be very familiar with this kind of scenario. But it was beginning to get more, so more and more boys and young men were beginning to realise that they weren't alone, and there were others of their age sharing this interest in still playing with toy soldiers. And Airfix magazine was a very common way of them connecting with other people. And Airfix brought out quite a lot of these guides actually to wargaming, because they were aware by this time that people were using their figures. Originally the figures were meant to supplement their kits, so they were meant for you to make little dioramas and vignettes and so on. And as soon as they realised people are actually buying these figures for their own sake and playing with them, they're not using them as a kind of an accessory to our kits, then they quickly got on board with it and started producing Wargames rules and so on. And the wargaming as a hobby really began to take off from that period. Wargames clubs began to gather. I in the 1970s I belonged to the South London Warlords. There was a shop in Peckham Rye that sold figures. Bill Brewer ran it, a very famous name in the wargaming hobby. So this is now going to jump about a bit, because I'm just going to go through these rules, as I come upon them. I haven't got them organised. So next one we come across here is Principles of War, which is later. It's much later. I think this is the 1990s. But interestingly, I think his name is David at Zen Miniature Painting. He referred to this book when he was talking about how people build their armies, because you can see at the back here, this one was Principles of War covered quite a lot of different conflicts and so on, but I was interested at the time in colonial conflicts, so this one details how to put together armies for colonial forces and so on. So it's got Zulus and Afghans and Dervishes and American Indians and so on. But although it does look fairly daunting, it's still quite a short list, but believe me, this is an awful lot of figures to put together, an awful lot of figures. And it's very difficult to sustain an enthusiasm for building up these lists. I'm not sure if this is the one. It probably is Continental Army lists up to 1915. So this has probably got, this has got armies for the Russo-Japanese War, which was what I was aiming at, and I never got it finished. But I have got, it did allow me to build up a collection of painted figures, and I have still got those armies, so they could form the basis for other sets of rules, which obviously I've got on this table, and so it wasn't a complete waste of time. But some sets of rules did require you to really knuckle down and get armies together before you could get playing. I thought Principles of War was a very good set of rules. The only thing I didn't like about it was that it had a bit of a kind of clunky way of disguising your intentions and your movements from your opponent, which was until your units came in in sight, in line of sight of the enemy units, you were simply moving bits of cardboard around on the table. So it didn't have a very good visual aesthetic, and that's something else actually. It's good time to talk about that's something else that I did want to raise when I'm talking about Wargames rules, is that some sets of rules just don't look right on the table to my eye, and some of them don't even look good. Now, so what do I mean by not looking right? Well, not looking right is, for instance, having a unit on the table of 10 figures and it represents an entire regiment, something like that. I'm fine with a certain amount of scaling in that respect, but there comes a point where the base, say, that has 4 units on it, 4 figures on it, is more of a token than a representation of, say, a company. I couldn't tell you exactly what that ratio is, but some war games rules don't have any, a figure is just a figure, and yet you still put, like, sorry to go back to sharp practice, but as far as I can remember, a figure on the table in sharp practice represents one person. So it just doesn't look right to me that a collection of 6 figures is meant to represent a unit that can form up in line or something like that. Just doesn't look right. But so that's one thing. It's not looking right, but looking good is that some rules can overburden the table with things that detract from your eye. So in Principles of War's case, it was the fact that for the early turns on the table, you didn't even have your figures on the tabletop. You were moving bits of card around. Some of them would be dummies that didn't contain, that were just meant to distract your opponent from your real intentions. And when they came in sight of his units, and he asked you to turn them over, you could just reveal that they were a dummy unit and there's nothing there at all. And other units you would turn over, and then you would put your pieces on the table. I mean, I once played it didn't work entirely properly, because I remember once playing a game of Principles of War, of the Russian Civil War, and I had a train on the table. So this piece of cardboard that was moving down, I had a train in my army, it wasn't on the table at the time, but this piece of cardboard that was moving down the railway line was quite obviously going to be a train. It wasn't going to be anything else, so it didn't entirely work. But one thing that I did like about Principles of War, which I thought was quite a nice mechanism, which I haven't seen reproduced in a lot of other rules, was that a similar kind of thing occurred with pieces of terrain on the table. So you would put down, say, people used to use sort of felt cloth and things like that on the table. So you would put down an area on the table of a dark brown or a dark green piece of felt cloth, and that was it, until you came to that, one of your units arrived at that piece of terrain, and only then would you roll a dice to determine what the terrain was. So it might turn out just to be, a bit of hard going, or it might turn out to be impassable. It might turn out to be a marsh. It might turn out to be a piece of dense forest, or it might turn out to be a piece of, an orchard. And I thought that was quite a nice mechanism, because it meant that you had to sort of scout the terrain. You couldn't just blithely march into it and hope to get away with it. Anyway, that's long enough on Principles of War. This is, as I say, this is going to take many hours to do. Johnny Reb 3. I've only ever played this game in... still got this cut out buildings and all kinds of things in here, tokens. Yeah, I've only ever played this game using cardboard counters that a friend of mine had. When I used to live down in Thanet, we were going to... We'd put together... there wasn't a Wargames club as such down there, but he ran a shop, and he got together a few like-minded people, and we used to meet around one another's houses, and we were going to start with the American Civil War. And so I was painting up 15mm figures, but, you know, prior to actually getting the armies together, we played this set of rules, which is one that he was looking at on his carpet, going back to playing on carpets, using counters. And that was my only ever experience of playing that sort of rules. The one that we were eventually decided to settle on was this another one by Terence Wise, who was the guy... Oh no, yeah, he was the guy that wrote that book there I showed you earlier. We were going to play this set of rules from Athena. They would have worked all right, I think, but I moved away, moved down to Plymouth, so it never, I never was able to participate. But let's talk a little bit. So this is the kind of way that this is what Wargames rules looked like in the 70s and 80s. They were far more kind of written by enthusiasts and so on, and semi kind of, I use the word expert, in inverted commas. So the people who wrote them knew what they were doing, they knew what they were on about, but they weren't, there is an art to writing a set of Wargames rules, and they weren't necessarily very proficient at doing that. People were feeling their way in those days, and a lot of mechanisms were kind of, just didn't work properly. So some sets of rules were broken, even more recent rules than this. I'm not saying this set of rules was broken, but people became adept at working out how to speed up play on the tabletop and make Wargames rules work better. So a lot of these earlier rules just got dropped in the end. This one is one I picked up, cost me 50p at a salute it was in Kensington Town Hall, so I'm not sure which salute it was, but it's quite a long time ago since they moved from Kensington Town Hall. They moved to Olympia, and this was one of the early ones in Kensington Town Hall. So it was a game put on by the Streatham and Tooting Wargames Club, Battle of Murfreesboro, which I think was in 6mm, which I was thinking about doing at the time. So you got a lot of those kind of amateur sets of rules that never even got. This one didn't even get to a publisher's. It was just something that they printed on the day. Another American Civil War set of rules by T.J. Halsall, published by Newbury Rules. So you're beginning to see things coalesce now. So you have the Newbury Rules, which is a kind of a banner under which people publish their rules. So this is August 1977. Now, some Newbury rules were better than others, let's put it that way. T.J. Halsall, I will talk about, trying to see where I have got some other sets of rules by him. You know, he was around for a long time. I'm not sure whether he is still around. But he had his own style of Wargames rules that I never really took to. I'll talk about a little bit more about that later. So we got army lists for 200 years, from 1700 to 1900 here, but it says for 5mm Wargames rules. So I probably bought this because I was interested in 6mm American Civil War, but it's just army lists. But it's almost turning the army lists into the rules. But I don't know how I can phrase that better. But there are no rules in here. But the rules are, in a way, that if you want to play a game, say recreate the Battle of Gettysburg, you must have this particular order of battle. So it's getting back to that kind of sort of game versus simulation versus, with accuracy being the overriding factor over the game, because there aren't even any rules for the game with that. It's weird. I had a lot of interest and still do in the Russian Civil War, and this was a set of rules, got 1984 there. I think, I wouldn't like to swear to it, but I think these were, these were written by a company called B&B Miniatures, who used to have a range of, I think they were 20mm scale Russian Civil War. So again, this is another element that we can talk about now then of Wargames rules, that very many, especially nowadays, but not so much in those days, very many figure manufacturers were almost obliged to create some Wargames rules in order to incentivize people to buy their figures. So there was no point in buying, you might be interested in the Russian Civil War, but there was no point in buying figures and painting them up if you didn't have any notion of how to play a war game with those figures without making something up for yourself. And, a lot of people weren't confident enough to do that. So that is even more so the case nowadays. Recently at, I didn't go to it, but apparently at the Warlord Open Day, Warlord announced their next two supplements for their set of Wargames rules, Black Powder, and they are going to be the Crimean War and the Boer War. And the only reason they have chosen those periods is because they produce figures for them. So the two, the Wargames rules and the figure ranges can go hand in hand. Not necessarily. You get companies like Too Fat Lardies that just do rules and don't do figures, and you get companies like I don't know off the top of my head, but you get other companies that produce figures but don't produce rules. I mean, here's another one. So this is a set of rules called Zulu Storm, which was sold by Redoubt. Redoubt's now been bought up by Grubby Tanks, and I don't think this set of rules was long produced by Redoubt, but you can, if those of you who are familiar with Redoubt figures and the old Redoubt catalogue will recognise a lot of these images. These are all Redoubt figures that they're talking about. Yeah, there we go, Redoubt. There's even an advert for Redoubt in the middle of the book. So, yeah, dreadful set of rules. Never they just didn't work as far as I could tell. I never got on with them, so soon gave up on those. But that's just to state the point that there is a sort of relationship between the Wargames rules and the figures themselves, ranges of figures. Got two here. Again, you could say this was a similar case. Augur 10 and Saurian Safari and Saurian Supplement. These are much later. These are 2000, 1999. Yeah, 1999. So they're sort of turn of the millennium. But the company still exists. The Honourable Lead Boiler Suit Company used to have, and I think they still do have, a range of dinosaur figures and so on. And they produced a game. So because obviously, well, not I don't suppose obviously, but there weren't Wargames rules out there for playing with dinosaurs. There's another one from Newbury Rules, fast play rules for Napoleonic and Crimean Wargames, but again by T.J. Halsall. And fast play, they were not. Again, to go back to this thing about mechanics and so on, lots of rules used to use tables, so that you would have a factor and a number of figures firing. So rather than rolling dice, you might have to just refer to a table. So there would be a set number of casualties inflicted by a particular number of figures firing a particular weapon at a certain distance, or that kind of thing. So less dice rolling, but a lot more referencing to tables, and it wasn't fast at all. There's something to be said for tables, but again, it goes back to this whole thing about game versus simulation. Dice allows you a kind of a random element in the game, and it does make the game flow much more smoothly. But tables make it a lot more accurate. So what you want, and I'm going to talk a lot about Siegfried 5, my favourite set of naval rules later, but what you want is sort of nice amalgam of the two, and I think Siegfried 5 does that perfectly, but we'll talk about that a little bit later. Okay, let's start with Esprit de Corps. I've got Esprit de Corps and Power and Glory here. So Esprit de Corps is, again, it says fast action rules for the Napoleonic and Crimean Wars. So you can immediately see there is a development that's gone on here. This is the embryonic set of rules for that set of rules, I'm sure. Published by Newbury. This one is a miniature Wargames publication, but the same author, same periods, and similar. I don't know. I have to confess that I found these rules almost impenetrable, and I was turned off them right from the start. So although they were clearly very popular, they used to get played at particularly down at Colours a lot. Colours held in the Newbury area. I just couldn't get on with them at all. And then I made the mistake of buying Power and Glory, which is also by Trevor Horsell and Chris Smith as well, which is the sort of colonial era version of Esprit de Corps, I think it's fair to say. and at the time, this is quite recent. This came out in 2009. At the time, I was looking for a set of rules, that I could play colonial games with, and I don't think I got past the first couple of pages of it. It was virtually impossible to read. So it was just as impenetrable as Esprit de Corps, and so dry. So again, this is another thing about Wargames rules that we can talk about, is presentation styles. Not just the eye candy. It's really nice to have a set of rules that's got colour pictures and so on and keeps your attention, but also the writing. The style of writing. This is like reading a law book. It's like reading a legal text or something like that, and awful, absolutely awful. So, I couldn't tell you if it produced a good game, because I could just never get into it. And what a shame, because, such an exciting period to wargame. And yeah, I just don't know what to say about it really, other than, you can see it's quite old now and it's hardly dog-eared at all. Let's just put it down. Black powder. Let's have a look, see when black powder came out. I'll bring black powder into the discussion now, although I've got a lot more to say about it. But I think black powder came out around the same time. I'm trying to find a date in here. Yeah, 2009. So these two books came out in the same year, and just look at the difference in the presentation of this book. It's full of eye candy, yes, but that doesn't mean that it's necessarily dumbing down the approach to wargaming. But it's the mechanics are much easier. The rules are simplified, but not dumbing it down, as I say. So it's easy. Black powder is one of my favourite sets of rules. But not only that, it's well written. It's easy to read. It's a complete contrast to Power and Glory, and so good set of rules, bad set of rules, but not necessarily a set of rules that produces a bad game. It's just you can't get into it at all. But anyway, we'll leave black powder for later, because I have got a lot more to talk about with regard to warlord rules. Next up we have, I think this was printed out for me by a chap at the Wargames Club. It's clearly a copy, and I don't think I've ever played it. So it's another old set of rules, playable Napoleonic Wargames by Barry Edwards, 1987. Yeah, so this was the 70s and 80s, definitely a period when people just couldn't settle on a set of rules. People were experimenting, trying to find their own way, trying to find a consensus. People, you need at least two people to agree on a set of rules in order to have a game. and there was just there were just so many attempts to try and get the standard, the industry standard, as it were. So we got another one here that T.J. Housel was involved in from Newbury Wars, Napoleonic Warfare, and it's equally intractable. So when Airfix brought out their, that Airfix set of rules that I showed you earlier, the Barry Bruce Quarry ones, they, you can see why these were, taken up. So, because they just cut through all this, dense matter. Imagine having to read this now. How many people would, page after page of conditions and factors and tables and so on. You just got a headache trying to play these games. The Napoleonic Association, do they still exist? I wonder. I've still got my badge. I've still got a badge because I did belong to the Napoleonic Association for a while in the 1970s, and they produced sets of rules. But again, it's that same, it's that same mentality. It's the sort of seriousness of it. 1978. Yeah, I can remember getting it. I can remember the South London Warlords were using these rules for a while. Honour and Fortune. Warfare in India, from the Great Moguls to the Great Mutiny. Now, this was a period that I was really into, the Indian Mutiny in particular, but I've always loved Indian history. And again, it wasn't a kind of era that you could find that many rules for. So I snapped these up when I saw them on sale. I can't remember, I think I bought them at Salute one year. And I was never able successfully to get a game out of these set of rules. I just found, there were lots of gaps in it and no explanation of what you were supposed to do and so on. So I did find them lacking, really. Nice try, but didn't really work. And the same went for this set of rules here. Indian Mutiny Skirmish Rules by Timothy Hall and Roger Needham. Never really got to grips with this set of rules, and again, very kind of dull, dry presentation. Thing was, people were beginning to talk in a kind of common language, I suppose you could say. People often, you still get people telling you today, telling newcomers to the wargaming hobby today, that once you get used to a set of rules, you can play any set of rules, and that is true, because there is this sort of common language of, discussing scale, not just in terms of figure scale, but in terms of ground scale and so on, so that and turns and how long the scale of the turn, how many minutes it represents, in real life, and how far you can move, how far you can shoot. So you'll have factors for movement, for firing, better disciplined troops being able to perform better at the same thing than a less disciplined troop type, all that kind of thing. So you get a kind of common language, and I mean, language is a good way of thinking about these rules. They do, you know, all wargames rules do speak a common language. You know, it's interesting in a way that you know, computers. Oh, sorry, not the camera. Computers come along, you know, during this period, and computer programs. You know, computer programming is always talked about in terms of different languages that you use to code the computer. So wargames rules and computer simulations and computer games do kind of overlap and segue into one another in quite an interesting way, because they have a similar language kind of theory, as it were. You know, sort of things are converted into numbers, and then the numbers can then be programmed, and then, you know, so you can either play out the program. You know, this is a kind of program. So this is a program for the tabletop, whereas a computer program is a program for the computer screen. But you can produce a war game as such on both. I'll come back to that again later when I talk about Secret 5, because I wanted to refer to a computer simulation that I'm playing at the moment, which, you know, I think has similarity to Secret 5. So we'll come back to that later. But you know, unlike the real languages in the real world, for instance, we all learn, you know, we all learn the concept of language as we're, you know, as newborn children. You know, when we begin to speak, you don't have to be taught, although you are taught, you know, grammar and spelling and, you know, the construction of sentences and punctuation and so on. You don't have to go to school and able to be able to speak and communicate. You do learn language. Now, if you're young enough and you're born into a family, say, that is multilingual, bilingual, say you have one parent speaks one language as their native language and another parent speaks a different language, but both the parents can communicate in either of those languages to one another, but the child will grow up being able to speak both languages, but also being able to differentiate between one language and the other. So they won't, although languages do get blended together and vocabulary is transferred from one language to another, a child is able to distinguish between one language and the other. So that, you know, but they will use the language. They will choose which language to use depending on what they require the language to express. So, for instance, if I give you an idea of what I mean by that, and this is going a little bit kind of into realms of metaphysics, I don't know. If you have if you're able to speak Welsh and English, which a lot of people are in the United Kingdom, well, in Wales in particular, the Welsh language is far more poetic and expressive. So if you wanted to talk about something to do with, I don't know, to do with nature or to do with emotion, say, you might choose to do that in Welsh. But then if you wanted to use something, so if you wanted to talk about something technical and be quite detailed on the technical aspects of a job that was, you know, required to do, you might write the instructions down or give a lecture or something like that in English, or give an explanation in English. But you could jump between one and the other. You could jump between one and the other. So, if you wanted to talk about, say, a steam engine, you could talk about the emotion of the steam engine rushing past you in a railway station. You would talk about it in Welsh. But if you wanted to explain how the steam engine worked, how the coal was converted into energy and converted into steam, and how the pistons were connected to one another and all this kind of thing, you might do that in English. And the same is very, very true of Wargames rules, that each set of Wargames rules, serves a slightly different purpose, which is why so many people find, and there is such discrepancy between what some people find, a good set of Wargames rules and some not, because each set of Wargames rules is suitable for a different purpose, even though they might be Wargames rules for the same period. So, say they might serve a different purpose. They might be speaking a different language to you. That might be a little bit, I don't know, bit pompous. Let's carry on. This Bruce Reed Taylor, Firefight, Modern Skirmish Rules. Not sure why I first got these. It was probably because I had an early interest in the Korean War. Not sure, but don't think I've ever played a game of these. This is another thing I do, is buy rules and then think they might be useful in the future, or they cover a period I'm interested in, and I never get around to playing them. It often does take two people with a mutual interest to play rules, as I said, and sometimes you never get around to trying them out in solo. But look, we're beginning to get here. This is the beginning of that period where you're beginning to get all these necessary additions like templates and so on, charts, pull-out charts and reference sheets. So although you can store that on a bookshelf, you're getting to that point where things can fall out, get separated. So yeah, I think I'm definitely going to have to get all these bagged and organised. David Cliff, Retinue, Medieval Skirmish Rules. Now, who were these from? Tabletop Games. So Tabletop Games, I think, still around, aren't they? A figure manufacturer. So this looks to me like a set of rules that was produced for a specific range of, I think they're 15mm figures. I don't know, but it doesn't look to me. I think there are set of rules that I've never played, and they don't look as though they're introducing anything new other than pointing that language at a particular period. And I think, confusingly, I've got another. No, maybe not. I was going to say maybe there's another set of rules called Retinue as well. 2000. At Close Quarters, Skirmish Wargames Rules for 20th century, early 21st century. Honourable Lead Boiler Suit Company. I'm not aware that they did or do a range, maybe they do, for modern era, but no experience of playing those. Lionheart, Medieval Battle Rules. I bought these during that period when I was down in living in Thanet, when we were going to set up a Wargames club, and I had a growing collection of medieval figures, and I don't think we ever tried these rules out. I think the one game with my medieval knights we played was using Warhammer rules, I think, without the fantasy element. Now, Sons of the Desert. These are set of rules for the French Foreign Legion, which, as you know, I've always had an interest in. Again, they are a set of rules produced by Old Glory, because, you know, once again, Old Glory have a range of figures that are suitable for this period, and I've bought them and I've never played them, but I've still got my eye on these as being, if nothing else, as being useful for the scenarios that are in it. You know, because I am so happy now with sets of rules like Black Powder. You know, it has negated the need really to use sets of rules like these that I've always had there ready to go. So we're getting far more up to date now. I didn't buy these that many years ago. Contemptible Little Armies, which are by Chris Pears, a well-known name. When were they originally written? Can't see a date in these. They might be, you know, they might be quite old now, but I haven't had them that long, and they were recommended to me definitely since I've had a YouTube channel, because I remember someone recommending these rules to me, and I can't remember whether it was because I was asking for suggestions for a set of rules to play either the Arab Revolt or the Mexican Revolution. But they are that era, you know, the sort of the smaller armies that fought, you know, during the period of the Great War, or around that period. So the Arab Revolt and the Mexican Revolution both fit into that. And, you know, never got around to playing either of them again, but I still haven't got armies, still to get armies ready for those two periods. Now, I mean, I won't go on about it again, but, you know, this is more what I would prefer in terms of small action, you know, small unit, small forces, smaller, you know, scale battles, in terms of little armies, you know, but properly organised armies, you know, proper kind of orders of battle and so on, you know, so more accurate, greater accuracy. That's my preference. Another Newbury rules, another one that I've never played. Got these again. TJ Halsall's name crops up. Got these because a long time ago I started, again when I was back in Thanet, painting up Wargames foundries, winged hussars, Polish hussars. Always had in mind to play that theatre, and you know, time goes on and better sets of rules come out, you know, long before you have a need to refer back to the set of rules that you got originally. You know, I don't know what I keep them. I keep these things because I don't throw things out. But you know, I'm never going to play these old Newbury rules. You know, again, even if I ever did play them long ago. Another one here, Lance, another set of medieval rules that I was experimenting with, or bought, you know, tentatively, and it's just the same again, same old thing again. Page after page of black and white print, well-intentioned, you know, but too intense, too dense, you know, too far to go to get to your destination of a fun, enjoyable, and yet, you know, realistic and accurate Wargame on the tabletop. But at one time, it was all people had. Another one from Old Glory, Cossack Wars. Again, I've got lots of their Cossack figures, but I have them really, to complement or to oppose my Polish figures. So I got these, but I don't think there was any real prospect of me ever playing with them. Maybe there was, I don't know. And again, another one from Old Glory, The Road to Osaka. Now, at one point I did paint up a few Dixon figures, and I based them, to use this set of rules. I mean, just looking at it again, this is the first time I've turned these pages in many, many years, but it's reminded me of that page there, has instantly brought to mind, forgive me, I've forgotten your name if you're watching, but someone, I was talking about my samurai figures that I have for an earlier period than this. This is for the Japan during the Age of War, so sort of 17th century, late 16th and 17th century warfare in Japan. But my figures are mainly the Genpei Wars, which was much earlier, sort of feudal period in Japan. But I was asking for suggestions for rules to use with them, and someone pointed me in the direction of a set of rules which I downloaded, which is made me think of another aspect that I want to talk about in this conversation. Yeah, about downloading rules and they're not being in print at all. But anyway, it was based on an aerial warfare game, because a lot of the fighting was on horseback, with mounted samurai using bows on horseback. So it was a very kind of period specific and area specific type of warfare for which I couldn't find any rules, which was namely that you had elite troops using a kind of weapon, a longbow, which in Europe was not used by knights. It was used by a class of fighters, who were trained in the use of the bow, whereas in Japan at that time the bow was actually used as a noble weapon. But it turned into fighting, which was very similar to aerial dogfighting in the First World War. So the set of rules that I got on the internet that they recommended was based on a kind of, I don't know whether it was Bag the Hun or something like that. And I've never tried them out, I have to confess, but this instantly reminds me of that. The sort of turning circles and so on. But anyway, Revenge, another one of those set of rules that I got for, when I was thinking about what sort of rules can I use for the medieval period, and I never tried. In another pile, I'm going to go and get it, because I should really talk about it in terms of early sets of rules, but this is produced by the Emperor's Press. Now, for those of you of a certain age, that will instantly recall to mind this very early, and this is one of the first sets of rules that I ever acquired, Empire, which there were quite a few iterations. I'm not sure whether this is the third edition of Empire. I'm pretty sure that this is the Emperor's Press as well. I think it must be, because if you notice, the the fonts and the layouts and so on are very similar. But yeah, Empire, I mean, wow, what can I say about that? I mean, it was a massive and massively impressive, all embracing, you know, attempt to reproduce a Napoleonic battle on the tabletop. But the scale was enormous. The mechanisms were inventive and but just very, very not overcomplicated. Well, they kind of were overcomplicated, but very detailed, and you had to really concentrate. I mean, for instance, the time mechanism, it had a sort of movable time mechanism so that you would move the figures on the table, you know, up until the next thing that needed to be calculated took place. So there would be a lot of, you know, there would be periods where units would be moving on the table, but nothing would happen. You know, there would be no exchange of fire, for instance. So you had to be able to calculate, you know, how far a unit on the table, on one side of the table, could move before a unit on the other side of the table moved a similar distance and then needed to check for its state of morale or stop and fire, you know, its weapons, that kind of thing. So very, very kind of hard to play. You needed to be a real expert in it, and of course I never became one. But yeah, I'm pretty sure this is from the same stable. Do you reckon? I don't know. I've said it now anyway, so I've discussed Empire. But I think the big thing to me with Empire was the absorption. You know, you could read these rules and never play a game with figures. You know, you could really absorb yourself in this and immerse yourself in it. And, you know, that, to me, it really kind of sparked your imagination. Whereas with Revenge, I think this is another set of rules that I purchased, looked at, put away for future use, and then time went by and other rules succeeded it. I spoke about Bill Brewer earlier. These are Essex figures painted in, you know, either by Bill Brewer, or he had a small body of people who, you know, did commission work for him that he then sold on under the banner of the Painted Soldier. I've got quite a lot of these knights, but you know, when you see a Bill Brewer figure, you recognise it immediately. So that's from that era, and don't know quite why this is in that pile. It's, you know, as I say, this is very random. Iron Cross, and this is very typical of me. I didn't buy this too long ago. Can't remember where I was. I think it was 2016 I bought this up at Vapnatak. Yeah, pretty sure it was up there. You know, I like World War II wargaming. I bought it and it's still in its shrink wrap, not even taken out of its wrapper. What's that, 7 years ago now. Right, so I'm going to pause the camera here now and take a break. That is the end of the first of probably 15 or so piles, and it must have taken me hours to get to this point already, so it's going to be a very, very long video. Hopefully I'll be able to speed up a little bit. as we keep going, because I have spoken a lot of the topics I wanted to speak about already. So anyway, see you in a moment. Okay, next set of rules then. So as I say, there's no rhyme or reason in the way these rules are going to turn up now. I just got them out of their hiding places and put them down on the table. So it's going to be pretty random the way these things are presented to you. Next set of rules is a set of rules I got fairly recently again. I bought some Wargames Atlantic, Conquistador and Aztecs, and was looking around for rules that might be suitable, and found this one, Irregular Wars, Conflict at the World's End. So I haven't got anywhere near putting those figures together and painting them, let alone reading this set of rules. So I can't really say anything specifically about this set of rules, but I would make a sort of general point about how it's very easy for certain firms, certain publishers of Wargames rules to dominate the marketplace, really, and to the exclusion of the old-fashioned kind of amateur enthusiast who has the ability to put together a set of Wargames rules, but doesn't really have the wherewithal to get them into print and so on. And that is being kind of rectified in the last few years, last decade probably. That has begun to be rectified by the facility of people to self-publish or to go through, what's the name of the company? Is it Wargames? I think it's called Wargames Vault, which is an online publication where you can either buy printed or downloadable rules, but they all tend to be very low volume productions, so they're not going to sell in vast numbers, but cumulatively they are going to be a viable proposition for an enterprise like Wargames Vault. So something like this would certainly fall under that heading. Absolutely no way this would be economically viable to publish if it wasn't done with a kind of low volume but wide umbrella kind of approach. That I'm not saying I got this through, I can't even remember where I did get this. It may well have been through Wargames Vault, I don't know. It says it's published by Vexilia Limited. So maybe not. Maybe Vexilia are publishing concerning their own right, and they deal with Wargames rules. But anyway, enough on that. Lacquered Coffins is another obscure set of rules. This chap T. Jensen has got a few sets of rules out there, including one for the First World War aerial combat. Again, that's another example of a kind of low volume, low profile kind of set of rules. It's only going to be of interest to a fairly small audience, but that's not to say that audience couldn't be made much larger. I mean, there are some very, Check Your Six, for instance, some very successful aerial combat rules out there that marketed. This one I think went through Tumbling Dice, is it? That sell. I bought this through Tumbling Dice, who stock these Wargames rules. So similar thing that, if there's a range of models or figures or whatever that a company does, they're going to be interested in rules that will that can be used to play games with those figures, so they kind of complement one another. But yeah, there is really, to my mind, there's they're both equally good games, but this one has probably sold a lot more copies than this one. So it all comes down to marketing, to targeting your customers, customer profiling, all that kind of thing. But it is getting easier for the amateur enthusiasts to print their own, get their own sets of rules out there. Next up, we have I've put these sets of rules all into one pile. So these are all rules by Warwick Kinraid is his name, I think, and they all fall under the title of Soldiers of Something. So there have been 3 so far. I really like these rules. They're all card driven. I just think they produce a really believable battles on the tabletop, which, as I said much earlier, is something that it's the realism of a game that I like. It doesn't have to be realistic in terms of, how am I going to put this without sounding really stupid? It can be unrealistic. A set of war games can be unrealistic as long as the world that they are based on is unrealistic itself. Does that make sense? So they can be realistic in an unrealistic way. So fantasy games or something like that, if you're playing a game set in a fantasy world, then you can bring in unrealistic things like magic, which are true to the world that the game is produced. But anyway, I'm really beginning to ramble now, and this is already taken several hours. It's going to take a lot longer. So these produce historically realistic games, I would say, and they are also immense fun to play. So the first one that came out was Soldiers of God, which is a Crusade era game. Then you had another one in the same kind of size and format, Soldiers of Rome, which is sort of armies of Imperial Rome. There are Parthians in it, barbarians, and it's set around the 100 AD kind of period. Again, really fantastic. And then they sort of upped the ante, as it was, and came out with Soldiers of Napoleon, which is set in obviously in the Napoleonic era. When I first heard this was coming out, or had come out, I found it difficult to envisage how they would go about doing it, because the mechanisms in both of those 2 previous ones are sort of the pre-gunpowder age. Weapons that tend to be missiles, like sort of bows and arrows and throwing spears and that kind of thing, and I couldn't really understand, but that's an example of Warwick Kinraid's genius, you could almost call it, that he has produced a game which I think accurately portrays Napoleonic warfare. Obviously the size of the battles has increased, so you might say that you're beginning to get into that area where it's unrealistic to be able to put on a battle, of an immense size, such as Waterloo or Borodino or something, using any set of rules, and make it look visually convincing. But the way Warwick Kinraid gets around that in Soldiers of Napoleon is to have a very disciplined approach to the way you put your force together. So you're not allowed to make up an unrealistic force composition, but that force is really only supposed to be operating on a very small area of a much larger battle. So you're effectively playing a sort of divisional level battle or conflict, which is happening in the context of an army level, or maybe a corps level, but definitely not, definitely a corps level, but maybe an army level battle that's going on off of the table. It's going off stage, as it were, and elements of that battle can be introduced into the battle, into your particular sector of the battlefield that you're playing on. So you can, get very high ranking generals appearing. You could even have Napoleon appearing on the tabletop, simply because he's visiting that area of the battle to see what's going on, to monitor the situation, to order in reinforcements, if he thinks it's necessary. But that might not happen. It might not happen. It depends on the luck of, the draw of the cards and so on. But I think it's very cleverly done, and it still uses a lot of the ingenious devices that were in the previous two games. So this is one of my all-time. All the Soldiers of series are in my all-time favourite Wargames rules. Over all the decades that I've been playing, this is one of the games that I think are up there with the greats. And there have been two supplements. As I say, part of what prompted this video and this sort of tidying up of my Wargames rules collection is the fact that I was pretty sure that I had bought this first supplement, couldn't find it anywhere, and then I began to really panic and realise that I needed to get things sorted out and organised. So that, and then there's the Peninsular War supplement, which I've shown you recently. I bought quite recently, and these supplements tend to be more what you would think of as army lists, but the armies that they have lists for do have special rules, so that they are like rule extensions as well. So you couldn't use this set of rules to play the Peninsular War properly, because the Peninsular War army lists give you rules that are suitable for that particular theatre, if that makes sense. So just turn the camera off and I'll get another pile of books. Okay, now these next couple of rules I'm going to show you are sort of interesting in a different way. The Sands of Sudan. This is a reprint of a very old set of rules. So this is really a kind of glossy version. Well, not that I had the original, but this is a sort of tarted up glossy version of the type of rules that I was showing you a little while back. The sort of fairly shabby, uninterested, boring black and white prints without photographs type of rules, lots of tables. So it's very old-fashioned, but that's not to say that people didn't get a lot of pleasure out of those rules, and this is really a kind of a nod to the nostalgia of that era, reprinted by popular demand and card, random event cards in it. So it's not card driven as such, but the random events can alter the course of play and give you new situations to deal with within the game, but not the sort of modern mechanics that we've become accustomed to now by any means. But I haven't got any armies suitable for this. I bought this because I saw it being played on YouTube and just wanted to get hold of it. As I say, I do that a lot with rules. Just think, yeah, I'll buy that, and then maybe one day in the future I will be able to play them. But there's an added element to this in that I missed out on the first iteration of them, and don't want to miss out on the second. And the same applies to this sort of rules here, Pony Wars, which I saw being played on the same channel. And I think the first time I noticed it was when Bacchus brought these out, and Bacchus have revived them. They are a sort of rules from maybe it was the 70s, definitely the 80s. Very similar to the Sands of Sudan, only written by a different person. Card-driven random events, lots of tables, lots of very old-fashioned mechanics in it. But the book has been given a wash and brush up and lots of nice colour photos and so on, so it's far more attractive to the modern consumer. And in this case, the guy at Bacchus was one of the original players of the game, but it was played in 15mm, as you can see. But he now owns and operates Bacchus, and he's brought out a range in 6mm. So he's basically trying to use this set of rules and convert them into a 6mm game, which as far as I can see works fine, and is obviously better suited to most people's available playing space. But yeah, it's taking me a while, but I am slowly building up enough figures to be able to play a game in 15mm of this, and I'm looking forward to it. I will come back to why I chose, why I decided to go with this set of rules later, because there was a Peter Pig set of rules that I was originally thinking of using, called Western, but I will get round to that set of rules and my comments on it later. Age of Eagles. This one is from the same stable as Fire and Fury, the American Civil War game, which I have and will get to eventually. Age of Eagles is actually the Napoleonic version of Fire and Fury. I got this not because I particularly wanted to use it for Napoleonic warfare, but because you need it in order to be able to play the extension of this, which is called Age of Valor. And Age of Valor deals with a lot of sort of 19th century and early 20th century wars, including the Crimean War, which I'm fond of and keen on, and the Russo-Japanese War, which I mentioned earlier, which I do have figures for, but I've never found a sort of suitable set of rules. Again, though, it has to be said that even, I forget what it's called, the supplement for the Russo-Japanese War, which is a supplement to Age of Valor, which is a conversion of Age of Eagles. Gets confusing, doesn't it? But even in that, the number of figures you need to play a basic scenario is pretty huge. By the time you get to the early 20th century, you need a lot of figures, and I still don't have enough. This is another Napoleonic set of rules, and I bought these and I regret buying them. It was quite a few years back now, but they were trying to do the whole hog. I think they're a Spanish company, and they're trying to do the whole hog. So they came out with a set with their own figures, which were a fairly unique scale, which is another tactic that a lot of figure manufacturers now adopt, is to produce a range of figures which are in a scale which is fairly unique, and then produce a set of rules that are suitable for that range of figures. There are some more high-profile examples of that which have been very successful, such as Warlord's Epic range, which is kind of weird 13mm scale. These were kind of they weren't 1/72nd, but they weren't 15mm. They were kind of like an 18mm scale. Not particularly good quality figures, and the rules that they came out in conjunction with, a friend of mine described them as being very nuanced. I found them bizarre, lots of gimmicky, novel, has to be said, mechanisms in there, but it really didn't work for me, and I have to admit I got quite cross and almost rude on the forum in my frustration at not being understand how these rules played and so on. And I thought the whole thing was a little bit of a con, really. It was a marketing exercise that failed. One of the people responsible for it shared a name with a family who are very well known for their publication of part works, the kind of magazines that you buy in parts and build up to an encyclopedia. And they have a very kind of ruthless marketing strategy, part work, in that they will push their magazines in the areas where they are showing popularity and showing signs of doing well. So, for instance, in terms of television advertising, which I don't think the part works advertise on telly any longer, maybe they do, but they will advertise in the regions where the sales are good and give up in the regions where the advertising isn't working. So they're basically feeding a fire, stoking a fire and getting a buying frenzy going, and they don't really have much integrity, I would suggest. So I felt a little bit duped with these rules, and they weren't a success. The figures aren't sold any longer, so they didn't take off. They were quite popular for a while, but then sank into oblivion, which was inevitable, really. It's a bit like a forest fire will burn itself out quite quickly. That's exactly what this did. Sword and Spear, first and second editions of Sword and Spear. You will be familiar with my love of this set of rules as well. This is interesting in a way, in that it is very gamey. So I think it produces historically accurate games, but at the same time, there's lots of dice rolling and spending resources, rolling dice that give you kind of almost like the old-fashioned pips in DBM that you can spend, and assigning those values to certain units. So you have to decide which units you're going to prioritize, because you don't have enough resources to be able to do everything you want. Excuse me a moment. Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to switch off my fridge temporarily. It makes an absolute racket. It's a bit distracting. At some point in this conversation, don't know whether to do it now or later, but I wanted to talk about the whole aspect of why do so many rules have to come out with new versions of themselves on a regular basis. So probably Sword and Spear isn't the relevant time to talk about that, because there is very little difference between the first and second editions of Sword and Spear. Basically, goes back to that thing I was saying a moment ago about how people are able to self-publish, so you can get good rules coming through that don't have a great deal of backup in terms of the larger support, larger publishing firms supporting them. And that's exactly, Mark Lewis produced this himself through, he had a Polkovnik Productions, and I can't remember, I bought this through, can't remember the name of the website, but there's a website that sold in a similar way to Wargames Vault, that sold, I think it was called Lucy something. But anyway, it was so successful and so popular that it came to the attention of the industry as a whole, and Great Escape Games picked it up and decided to support it. So the second edition, look at the dust on this, it shows you exactly my point about how I've been leaving them lying around on surfaces and things. Yeah, so Great Escape Games, took it up and backed it, and it's now available through them. So there's very little other than some tweaks and so on to the rules, whereas a lot of rules are virtually rewritten, so they keep the same title but they're virtually unrecognisable from the previous versions, which is certainly not the case with Sword and Spear. So I think I'll have a moan about that later. This one I've only just got, Sons of Mars, so I can't really talk about it at all. Haven't read it, haven't played it, and I do have again, I haven't showed it to you yet, a set of rules for the gladiators and the Roman arena and so on, Jugular, that I do play. But Jugular is another example how you could play it with 28mm figures, but it comes with its own set of figures, whereas Sons of Mars isn't, I don't believe it's specific to a particular range. I got this through North Star, and North Star have a Crusader, sell Crusader figures, so it was sort of bundled up with some Crusader figures, but you're not really obliged to play with a particular range of figures in the way that you do feel kind of obliged to with what was that one I showed you earlier with this one, or with the epic figures from Warlord and so on. And then in this pile I've also got, because I do think things like this do come under the the banner of Wargames rules. It's an aerial combat game called Wings of War. It's sort of halfway between a board game and a tabletop war game. I think it's more of a tabletop war game because it doesn't actually have a board. You play on a table, a mat, with figures that it comes with. You could use other model planes, but you need to have a bases that it's the actual base sizes that are important. And look at how many, it's tokens and cards galore. You move using cards, and the size of the card and the size of the base. I can't see the bases in there anyway. Oh, yeah, is that a base? No. Oh. Yeah, the size of the cards matches the size of the base. So I won't say too much about that. But so you are kind of trapped into buying the whole package. You know, the models, the rules, the cards. You know, and everything. And there are lots of extensions to it. It was originally called Wings of Glory, and then was taken over by this company. But I put this here really because it is a set of rules, and it gives you that added, you know, back to my original problem about storage and practicalities of where to keep your Wargames rules and things. There's no way you're going to be able to keep this other than somewhere other than with, you know, these other rules and so on. You know, it's stored better with your board games than it is with your Wargames rules, and yet it's more of a Wargames set of rules than it is a board game. Right, I'm going to have another break, give my fridge a chance to shut up, and then go on with some more later on. Okay, here we go again. So there's been an interval between the last bit of footage and this. In fact, it's the next day now, and I've been reviewing the what I've recorded so far, and this is an opportunity just to correct something that, as far as you're concerned, I've only just said, which is in regard to the World War I aerial combat game. Its original name was Wings of War, and it is now called Wings of Glory, not the other way around. So I could put that straight now. Yeah, this there are already hours of me talking, and I still think it's better for me to make this into one long video, for the reasons I gave earlier. So I'm going to just press on. This could be, and I'm not exaggerating, it could well be like 5 hours long, but I think you know, I think people will pick it up and put it down again. You know, then no one's going to watch it in its entirety, all in one sitting, but I still think it's worth keeping it as one thing and keeping it structurally sound and intact, as it were. So let's carry on. So next up then, I only got this recently, never mind the bill hooks. I haven't tried it out yet, although I've got the figures that I could play it immediately, and I probably will. You know, I'm sort of thinking about, you know, having a solo game of something soon, so it may well be never mind the bill hooks. And that's really all I can say about it. It's yet another medieval combat game. Originally it was a free game published, I think it was Wargames Illustrated, and it proved very popular, so they decided to actually produce a nice printed version of it, and it's, you know, it's got kind of extensions for all kinds of conflicts: the 100 Years' War, the Wars of the Roses, the Italian Wars, the Hussite Wars. There's quite a lot in here, and I think it looks a good game. It looks fun to play. The only thing, you know, that I keep thinking of other things that I want to say in this discussion, which is going to make it even longer again. But I have to say, I've just been watching some YouTube reviews of a new game that has come out on Kickstarter, is still coming out on Kickstarter, called Blood and Crowns, and it just makes me so weary in a way. I simply haven't got the bandwidth to incorporate all these sets of rules. You know, like, I haven't read this yet. I haven't got my mind around this, and you know, the new war games rules are being churned out faster than I can keep up. you know. And what does anyone do? You know, why do some warm gamers find a set of rules that they're happy with and stick to it, and yet others are constantly switching, you know, so they'll have 6 months playing one set of rules and then another one will come out. And yeah, I'm not saying that either of them are good or bad games, you know, Blood and Crowns or never mind the Billhooks, they're probably both excellent games. But is there really the space, you know, is there really a market, you know, for a continual succession of games on the same subject? I don't know. Anyway, that's, you know, it's life. This is a game from, I think they're called Oakbound Studios. I saw this at a show in Exeter, and yeah, Oakbound Studio, 2019. Yeah, I bought some figures. I thought it would be nice to try a sort of fantasy style game, and it was also, it had some interesting game mechanics. So it was an unusual game, and I was quite getting into it. I painted a few figures, never actually got to play a game though, and then I suddenly lost interest in it, for one specific reason, which is that I have a particular fascination with fairies and folklore to do with fairies and so on. And they do have a faction in here of the Fae. So there are lots of things borrowed, you know, or taken from folklore and so on, you know, that they use in this story, if you like, which I like. But the figures they had, I bought a group of figures called the Fae Rad. Fairfolk 82. Let's open it a page to do with fairies. The Fae, here we are. So let's find something for your eyes to look at. So part of the way they depict their fairies is to have them dressed in this sort of they almost look like sort of Venetian style with the mask, 18th century kind of Venetian look to them, which is quite appropriate for fairies, although you wouldn't think so. You know, most of us think of fairies as being, you know, winged little women, you know, flitting around the garden on mushrooms and things like that. There are lots of elements to fairies. I won't get into it too deeply, but anyway, I bought a group of figures from them that they had just brought out, which was a raiding party. In this, the sort of Fae have a sort of like hunting parties that enter the world and have a jolly good time. But the figures weren't from the same kind of sculptor as most of the range. And in fact, what they'd done was taken a group of figures which were female pirates and changed them to look more like in this fashion. And it really didn't work at all. I just didn't like them at all. I sort of felt almost antagonised by them. They were very heavily sexualized, you know, so rather than being unaware, you could almost say, of their sexuality, which kind of fairies, you know, fairies did have a sexual allure, there's no doubt, but they were kind of gaudy, you know, suspender belts and corsets and all that kind of thing. It just didn't look right. and I just felt uncomfortable with it. And the figures were not terribly good quality metal either. That you know, there was swords broken and things like that, and I just thought no. So I've put them away, and maybe I'll come back to it one day. I don't know. So that's the woods, but interesting in you know, in one respect that it does have a very different approach to wargame rules mechanics, which I won't go into here, but you know, there is novel thinking out there. You know, people aren't all following the same language. I was talking about it earlier. I was describing it as a language. Okay, next up then, next pile. This group are all games from Studio Tomahawk. So Jugular was the other gladiatorial game that I was talking about. Now, you might have the impression from the way I've witted on so far that I I favour historical simulations over and above games, even though those games might be set in a historical period. That I would much rather have something that produced a simulation of a gladiator fight, for instance, rather than something that was a game that involved figures that were gladiators. But I've given you the wrong impression in that case, because I do enjoy war games that are obviously games and not simulations, and this is a case of that Jugular is played on a sort of board. So despite the fact there are pictures in here that, you know, purportedly show gladiator games, such as here, it's actually played on a board. It's almost like a chessboard. It's eight squares, you know, 64 squares in all, and you are moving the pieces rather like chess pieces, but I think it's a good game. It involves lots of cards, lots of tokens. You can have up to 4 players, and each player needs a pack of cards. So if you're going to play it with 4 players, you need 4 packs of cards. You need the board. You can buy a specific mat. So it's very much a package, and you can't do, the only thing you could do was play possibly with, well, not possibly, that certainly could play with figures other than the range that, you know, are sold through Gripping Beast, who often ally with Studio Tomahawk. But I like the figures. I thought they were really nice, but they're massive. They're about 32mm size. But yeah, the whole thing is a package, and I like the game, but it never really, you know, it's got a very high kind of profile. People still play it, as far as I'm aware. I would certainly still play a game if I was, you know, had the opportunity. It's not really a solo game, which is another, you know, thing that I have now, that I have been back to my club this year, and then I had a episode where you know, I had to stay at home for quite a long period, and I haven't been back since. But I'm not too bothered about going to the Wargames club anymore. I've got in the habit of playing games on my own, playing them in the way that I'm comfortable with, you know, and I don't have to make all those compromises any longer that you do have to make. You know, you have to agree on what set of rules you're going to use, you know, which comes into this discussion, you know, about why some games become popular and others don't. You know, you have to have a consensus. Yeah, so I tend to play solo games now, which means things like Jugular and Saga, which I'm going to talk about later. Although I like them, I don't play them a lot. So Muskets and Tomahawks is another Studio Tomahawk's game. This is the second edition. So I was aware of the first edition. My first enthusiasm for Studio Tomahawk's games was Saga, and Muskets and Tomahawks came out before Saga, but then became popular only after Saga had been released, because Saga was so popular that people began to look at other Studio Tomahawks games and spotted that there was this game called Muskets and Tomahawks, and it kind of increased in popularity. But by that stage, there weren't that many copies of Muskets and Tomahawks available, so eventually they decided, due to increased demand, they would bring out a second edition, which is this one. But as you can see, it is still in its cling film. I got it because I felt I had missed out on Muskets and Tomahawks, but I don't have any figures for that period. I've got unpainted figures for that period, but I don't have any painted armies to play it. And again, I have played games of Muskets and Tomahawks at my club with other friends, figures and rules, but not played it, in my own right, as it were. But they did bring out, they did get into this practice of then bringing out supplements, so the shakos and bayonets for the Napoleonic period, and I certainly could. I think I'd be reluctant to break up my 28mm armies that I do have for Napoleonics, because they're on multi-bases. But I've certainly got a lot of unpainted figures, so I could get into that one day. And this one is Redcoats and Tomahawks, which is specifically about the French Indian Wars, I think. And again, as you can see, still in their cling film. So this is, as I said, already, this is what I do. I will buy rules partly, for fear of missing out, partly because I know that they are good rules and that that they are. I am interested in them, and I have them put aside for future use. This game from Studio Tomahawks, you will know if you're a regular of my channel, is one of my all-time favourite wargame sets of rules. So it's set in the sort of darkest Africa period. It's very, very much a sort of genre type game, if I can express it that way, rather than being meant to reproduce a historical theatre as such. It's more, it's kind of crosses, overlaps with pulp kind of games. It's all about explorers and African tribes and that kind of thing, but it's great fun. One of the things that I think is probably a good place to talk about this kind of thing now, is how comfortable are you with playing games that are quite obviously reflective of a period of history that we might well be ashamed of, of our country's behaviour during. So the colonial era in particular falls into that category, but this even more so, because this really is set in that kind of sort of adventurous white men in darkest Africa, kind of has all kinds of racial and colonial influences in it, that you have to find a way of kind of becoming comfortable with. Um, I, I recently read for the first time. So this seems kind of a bit off the subject in a way, but I've recently read the novel King Solomon's Mines by Rider Haggard, which was written in 1885. And I thought I had a sort of feel for what the plot was about, from the fact that I had seen graphic novels of it as a boy, and I've seen just about all the films that have ever been made of it, apart from the silent. I think there was a silent version made around 1912 that I haven't seen. But the novel, and the wording in the novel, and some of the attitudes and beliefs that were expressed in the novel, I found kind of deeply shocking, even though I grew up in a period when, as I say, toy soldiers kind of were very reflective of sort of boyhood, not fashion, the way boys were supposed to, the type of things boys were supposed to enjoy. So they were supposed to enjoy playing with toy soldiers, and they were supposed to enjoy stories, set in the kind of colonial era. So even though King Solomon's Mines was written in the Victorian era, it was still a kind of fashionable. I'm using that word again. It's not quite right, but it was still deemed to be an appropriate book for boys to read. Another example I can give you is, I can remember when I was at primary school, the headmaster of the primary school reading to us a novel by John Buchan called Prester John, which again is set in South Africa. And I could never understand at the time. I was aware that our form teacher was very uncomfortable with the headmaster reading this book to her class. And it was only when I read the book in adulthood that I could understand why. And both John Buchan's writing, he's most famous for the 39 Steps, but he had very racial, very firm kind of racist attitudes. Rider Haggard obviously did as well. In King Solomon's Mines, he starts the book by saying there are no petticoats in this novel, there are no women, we can just get on with the action and adventure without the distraction of romance and this kind of thing. But then of course there are women in the book. There are black women, in the tribes that they come across. And indeed, one particular character called Philata is saved from sacrifice by the evil king Twala, by this little group of adventurers. And from that moment on, she becomes dedicated to the group and actually becomes enamoured of one particular character, and the character returns her affection. But all the way through, Alan Quatermain, the principal character, is warning against them developing a relationship with one another for the specific reason, and he states it quite openly, that people shouldn't mix races. He says it quite blatantly, and that is the kind of attitude that boys were imbued with, through popular literature, right up to the period, as I'm saying, that my headmaster read a story like that out to us in our primary school. And in that particular story, there is a John Buchan is talking about the kind of almost like the white man's burden, the white man's obligation to civilize Africa and to expunge all these pagan religions and all this kind of thing. But clearly, you know, attitudes are changing and have changed. And where does a set of war games rules like this fit into that? I mean, I'm sort of comfortable with playing this kind of thing just for the sheer fun of the game and the adventure of it. But there is still, you know, if you worry too much about these things, there is still that in the background. There is still that kind of worry that kind of you might be, by playing these games and having all these figures that have got, you know, umbongo kind of names and this kind of thing, that you are perpetuating that kind of belief. So you have to be a little bit responsible in your attitude when you do to play games like Congo. You know, so having said all that, you know, I think this is absolutely great game. Again, it's a card driven game. Each player plays with action cards and so on, and you need lots of tokens. There's been one supplement to it, which I didn't really go much on the supplement. I did put up a series of videos where I played through the scenarios of the supplement and played the entire campaign, and I like the scenarios per se, but the campaign overall I didn't go much on really. But the game itself of Congo I love, and I'm still painting, you know, Darkest Africa figures, and will continue to do so, but that's going to kind of overlap with other rules that I'm going to show you later. You know, I'm not going to use them for Congo, but you know, I can use Anglo-Zulu wars and colonial wars in general. Anyway, enough on that. Just stop the camera for a second and get another pile of books. Right, next up I'm going to talk about Osprey Wargames, which is a kind of subject in its own right in a way, but I'm going to include it because they're Wargames rules, so I'm going to include it in this massive diatribe about Wargames rules. So you'll probably know Osprey from all their books. They've been going many years, and they produce books on uniforms and all kinds of military vehicles and planes, but that kind of thing. War in general, and campaigns and conflicts. So they've got sort of various branches of their publications, but they all come in a specific size. So they're not unique, but they're very recognisable size and shape and, you know, print design, all that kind of thing. They're uniform right the way across all their ranges of books. But it's war gamers. I mean, they I don't think they're originally intended to be just of interest to war gamers, but their prime market clearly is, you know, war gamers and modelers tend to refer to them most of all. They're brilliant books. So they began to sort of start to publish the occasional set of war games rules. For instance, another one of my all-time favourite sets of rules. Maybe at the end of this I will kind of tell you what I think my top 5 are, not in ranking because they all differ very much, but I just love this game, Force on Force, which is a modern wargaming set of rules. As you can see though, it's hardback. It doesn't fit into their normal size of rules, although there are an awful lot of supplements that are more standardized, is a good word to use. So you can see that all these are all very kind of, well, they are the same shape and size. They vary in thickness a little bit. So I think their philosophy really is to try and keep to a standard size of publication in whatever branch of their publications you're referring to. So for that reason, the Force on Force didn't really sit very comfortably within what they, how they wanted to go forward, I think. And the other thing that I can only kind of, as I understand it, but it's never been openly expressed, is that I've never heard anyone openly say it, other than possibly the authors of this set of rules, is that Osprey are quite a hard employer in a way. They're very they push. So they were pushing for more and more output from these people. Forget their names now. Peggy and I won't bother. I won't get people names and misrepresent what their own feelings were. But yeah, apparently they were quite demanding in terms of the output that they expected from these people, and also, the book didn't fit very well into their standard run of events. But I really like them. You can't get this book any longer. It's no longer published, as far as I'm aware. These supplements are really worth getting, regardless of whether you're interested in the rules Force on Force or not. There's plenty of reference material in here for whatever theatre or conflict they deal with. And I haven't got them all by any means, but I have got a few. And I sort of value them just for their reference material. They had a science fiction version of Force on Force, which came out quite late in the day, late in the life span of the Force on Force rules, and it works very much in a similar way, only there are extensions, so the ability to be able to kind of communicate troops on the ground and so on, that kind of thing. There's different technologies, and so it's kind of it's modern wargaming projected into the fairly near future. So you could play something like Star Wars type games with that kind of thing. But it didn't have much in the way of alien technology, so maybe Star Wars is a bit of a not quite an appropriate thing. Battlestar Galactica, say, for instance, I don't think there are any alien species in that, are there? There's just the sort of the robotic cryons and humans, so yeah, something like that. But anyway, they didn't have aliens, so they did bring out a supplement to the extension called By Dagger or Talon. So this gives you all your all your kind of weird and wacky mutant kind of races and so on. Like, so you can play any kind of sci-fi scenario you like. I should have said this one also deals with sort of zero gravity, all that kind of thing. But all taken all together, if I were to play a sci-fi game and didn't have a specific set of rules in mind, I would gravitate towards this. I think they're very, very good set of rules. But anyway, Osprey's philosophy really is to standardise. There's another reference book there. Is to standardise and try and make things uniform so that the reader knows, the purchaser knows what to expect out of a book. So they have this. People refer to them as blue books, although they're not all blue. Which are about 80 odd pages long. Basic rules to play various theatres and so on, all written by different authors. All kind of very varied rule mechanisms, but quite simple. So part of the constraint on the authors was that they had to get it packed into an 80 odd page book, and that works up to an extent. Some of the rules are very good. I mean, I've got about 10 of them, so on here. Some of them are very, there's a lot more, but some are very good. Some that I've purchased have been absolute stinkers. This one here, A World Aflame, I found awful, absolutely awful. So so in a way you never know what you're going to get, but you can tell just from keeping your ear to the ground which ones do gain in popularity and so on. So Lion Rampant, a very popular medieval skirmish kind of type game. Again, it goes back back onto this thing about composition of forces and so on. So it's I think with sort of Dark Ages and the medieval period, small unit actions are more credible and more believable. So you wouldn't use this to fight the Battle of Agincourt or something like that, but it's a good way of representing a conflict in sort of a meeting of two different war bands in the Barons' War or something like that, and it's very popular. So what happens is what do you do when it does become very popular? Well, you pursue it in a number of ways. One is that you build up, you build on it and have extensions. So this is an extension for what's called a Viking in the Sun. So it's actually specifically about the campaigns of Harold Hardrada in the Varangian Guard in Constantinople. And you'll notice now that it's actually part published or part the responsibility of the University of Edinburgh. So not only have you got Daniel Mercy involved as the original writer of the rules, but you've got some serious academics involved in this now. My original point about how Wargames rules can just produce games that can be quite flippant and don't really have much to tell you about a specific period or educate you in that area. So you can get people who know nothing about Vikings, for instance, and quite happy to play war games with them on the table. But you can get other people who are more interested in the actual history, and they enjoy reenacting, not necessarily historical battles, but the flavour. To give you an authentic flavour of the period in the games, which is what I'm mainly about, I think, in my games. But the other problem with things becoming overpopular is, look what's happened to Lion Rampant. There's been a second edition of it where the rules have not been changed vastly, but they've been improved, made a bit slicker. But it's burst out of that 82 page confinement So Osprey haven't been able to maintain that discipline simply because it's impossible. So they've gone back to a kind of very similar looking kind of hardback book to Force and Force. But that's not a problem as far as I'm concerned. But you can see how things just develop, not out of control, but kind of they obey their own, sort of laws of evolution, and not they don't stick within the constraints that have been set for them. So yeah, I'll just show you each of those in turn. The titles I've got. Dragon Rampant is the fantasy version of Lion Rampant. A Billion Suns I've never played. A lot of these things I buy simply because, I might play that in the future, as I keep telling you. A Billion Suns is a battleship game basically, and I have took about full thrust a bit later when we come around to it. On the Seven Seas, which is a pirate game, never played it. I've got unpainted pirate figures, and I often think about, painting them and playing pirate games. This one, I don't think when I read it, I got the impression that it wouldn't work very well, because you do have ships in it that I feel are a little bit oversized on a 6'4" table in 28mm. I didn't really see how they were going to incorporate them into a war game. Didn't think it was going to work as I read it. In my mind's eye, I couldn't see it working. And that comes back to that thing I was talking about earlier about the aesthetics of a game, the visual look of it. Sometimes things just don't look right on the table to me, and it's the war games rules that have actually produced that result. I mean, sometimes it's not. Another good example, going off on another one of my tangents. I don't like to see figures from different ranges that vary enormously in their proportions and their size being put together in armies on the table, and it just doesn't look right to me. And people, you often hear the counter claim that, well, human beings varied in size, and yes, of course they did, but everything else on the figure didn't vary in size. So a pistol wouldn't be twice the size in one person's hand to another. So you might have a big man, but the pistol is going to be the same size as in his hand as it would be in the hand of a smaller man. So that doesn't happen with different ranges. You'll get a musket or a rifle that's a good centimetre longer on one figure than another. It just doesn't look right to me. But the other thing that doesn't look right to me is people do vary in scale, but they don't vary by being at two extremes. So you don't get, in a unit, you won't get everybody either 5'5" tall or 6'8" tall. You'll get a range of people in between those two extremes. When you mix up figure ranges like that, what you're doing is putting, the two extremes in without anything in between. So it's just something that always catches my eye. But anyway, that's aside from Wargames rules. But it's just to point out that Wargames rules can produce that effect on a table. By compelling you to put units down that look ridiculously small for what they're supposed to represent, something like that, or putting a ship on a table that's meant to behave like a sailing ship, and respond to changes in wind direction, all that kind of thing, on an area of a on a table which in real life would be barely sufficient to allow it to turn around, something like that. Ronin, very good set of rules. Age of Samurai, a bit limited. It gets a bit boring after a while, simply because it's very it's very limited in what you can do with this sort of rules, but an interesting mechanism in it, and good producers, good games. Never read Absolute Emperor. I haven't even read it yet. Not even sure why I bought it, except that I thought I would get hold of it, and maybe make use of it in the future. And funnily enough, I have only in the last sort of week subscribed to a channel. I forget his name, so I can't recommend the channel to you, I'm afraid. But he puts up battle reports, and he's put up at least one battle report of a game of Absolute Emperor, and it did look like quite an interesting game. And he was using, I think, 2mm figures. So it's a possibility if I do get into 2mm Napoleonic wargaming, which I do want to do. On Guard, again, I've never played. I've got it because I've often thought about playing something like the Three Musketeers, and I have seen battle reports, and it seems to produce interesting games. So I would say that's a very good set of rules. Many Would Be Kings I have played, I do enjoy, and I have armies for, and I intend to create further armies for. So yeah, I think I would highly recommend this set of rules. They're not up there with my all-time greats, but I like the games that it produces. I know some people don't like the Men Who Would Be Kings. I mean, I have found that it's very bloody, and rifle and musket fire is probably over strength, so poor old kind of colonial forces don't really have much of a chance, unless you very careful in your use of terrain and so on. But yeah, I like the Men Who Would Be Kings. So that is everything on Osprey. So let's find you another pile to talk about. Right, this all looks a little bit scruffy now. Lots of things in binders and folders and so on. So it goes back to my original dilemma about how things are stored and where to put all these things. So in this folder here, I've got Armati. So there was Armati, and then there was Advanced Armati, which was effectively additional army lists with some extra rules, and then there was a second edition of Armati. And the reason I've got them all together in this binder is that there's, for some reason, I can't remember why, the second edition was sort of loose leafed, with you had to punch holes in it. Well, no, did you have to punch holes, or did it come with holes to suit all kinds of ring binders? I don't know. Either way, as far as I'm concerned, it was a disaster, because you will probably be aware that these sort of they rapidly deteriorate, these things, and you end up with the pages coming loose, and you have to get those little adhesive rings, strengtheners that you put on, and it's really hard to maintain the condition of it. But I used to really like these rules. I think they were probably more popular in America, it's fair to say, than in the UK. And when I started here in Plymouth, when I started going to the Wargames Club, people did express an interest in them, simply because the basing system is what is known as DBX. So you have all these rules. I will talk about again a little bit later on, but DBM, DBA, what was the other one? There was a DBMM. But there's a uniform basing system, and a kind of similarity between the rules, and not in the case of Armati, but all those other ones sort of written by the same people, like Phil Barker, I think his name was, and other people. So you have the beginning of this sort of evolution of rules that not only speak the same language and, you know, are easily kind of once the war gamers learnt the mechanics of one set of rules, they can easily transfer that experience onto the next set of rules. But you have a common basing system so that you can build an army for one particular set of rules and then immediately be able to play another set of rules without the obligation to rebasing. I haven't spoken about rebasing yet. I probably will get onto it, but it's an absolute pain if you have a set of rules that specifically requires you to have your figures based in a certain way. If that set of rules then it doesn't allow you to play another set of rules unless you rebase your figures. With Armati, it was based, people refer to it as DBX, so it's a common standard of basing. So the Wargames Club here in Plymouth, when I first started going to it, people were interested in it, but they didn't really sort of think it had anything, you know, to draw them away from their more popular rules like DBM. Whereas I played Armati because at the time I played it, I was in Thanet, you know, and I was looking for rules to use for my 100 Years War figures. So I didn't have that sort of constraint that the people around me were playing DBM, so therefore I had to fit in. But I did play one game with my figures at the club, and it was quite interesting that we were playing. There were very prescribed army lists. You know, you have to have certain figures in your army, and there's not much leeway in what you can add to it, and so on. And it was quite interesting that we were playing French against English, and this chap who had fairly picked up on odds and, you know, dice rolls and this kind of thing, you know, pointed out that if the French charged the English, it was then impossible for the English to lose the game, simply because the way the armies were set up and the damage that the bows would do, even the minimum effect that the minimum damage that the archery would do as the French charged onto the English stakes, meant that the French could never win. So so all you had to do if you were an English player was place your army behind a row of stakes and sit there and let the French come on and be killed. And there was absolutely no possibility, with the way the rules were set up and the way, you know, the dice would roll, there was absolutely no possibility mathematically of the French winning. You know, so they were kind of broken, but I like them. I like them anyway. Enough on that. So what else have we got in these folders? Bit of a mystery tour. Yeah, this is Again, I think I put it in here because it was beginning to fall apart and I wanted to keep all the templates and things together. Rod Langton's Hoist the Signal for Close Action. So 1/1200th scale, Naval Wargames rules. So Rod Langton, I think there's still a range of ships, 1/1200th scale naval sailing ships for the Napoleonic era, fantastic range. His wife, I think, was mainly the painter, absolutely beautiful models. Used to have lots of articles in the Wargames magazines and so on. Yeah, I put all this together because there's lots of things I wanted to keep all in one place. The rules themselves are very detailed, you know, hard to learn, hard to pick up, do produce, you know, a realistic game, but yeah, you're definitely talking about a simulation here, you know, to the point where it could cease to become fun. You know, more a way of recreating a challenging kind of game, you know, that had all the historical and meteorological challenges that you would have met in the Napoleonic era. So not something I've played a lot of, simply because, you know, it's hard to get people to enjoy a game and be comfortable with it when there is so much to learn and so much to concentrate on. But nevertheless, a very worthy set of rules. Yeah, I mean, I haven't got them, and I've no intention of getting them. But you know, Warlord have black sails now. I'll talk about that. I'll talk about that in a minute because there are some more naval games coming up here. These are, I won't even talk about these. I think these were homebrewed set of rules for Napoleonic 6mm from my member of my local Wargames club. Yeah, these are some bits and pieces for a game called Trafalgar, which I have got to show you. So I'll put those aside for 1 minute because that's coming up shortly. What's in here? This now there are lots of Wargames rules that you can get for free. I don't know why I've got Field of Glory in there, but this is mainly a set of rules called Capitana, which was galleys, you know, sort of Renaissance period galleys, not ancient galleys. So the Battle of Lepanto, that kind of thing. Turks versus Venetians and Spanish galleys in the Mediterranean, all that kind of thing. And as I say, there are lots of rules that you can get on the internet that are absolutely free. You know, you don't have to pay a fortune for rules. And there used to be, unfortunately, after many years of an internet presence, they're no longer there, but there was a website called The Perfect Captain, which had lots of rules. You know, okay, so they might have been a little bit flawed and errors in them in some respect, you know, but you could work around that. They were lots of effort gone into producing them, you know, and some interesting games. Somewhere in here I've got another one to show you, which I played a lot more of. I did have some models from Rod Langton again. He did galleys for that period, and I have got a few, not many, I painted up, but it's been a long time since I played with them. This is another Age of Sail set of Wargames rules. You know, we're going back to that kind of good old days kind of era. This is 1983, you know, so again, it's got that, you know, very kind of dense script, lots of rules, lots of charts and so on. And I have only ever played one game of this. I bought them and didn't think they were as good as the Rod Langton set of rules anyway. So I kind of put them to one side, and then someone at my local Wargames club suggested to me that they were a better set of rules than I was playing at that time on a hexed mat using the board game rules, Wooden Ships and Iron Men, and for some reason I thought that, you know, I'm not going to talk about that set of rules because that, although I was using models for that came more under the kind of heading of a board game, so I'm not going to mention it today other than in this context. But anyway, this member of the Wargames Club had really taken a dislike to Wooden Ships and Iron Men. I think his main reason was that he said it was an American company, Avalon Hill, that produced the rules, and they were heavily weighted in favour of American ships in the rules, and he didn't like that. He took umbrage at that. So he said, have you ever played Action Under Sail? It's a really good set of rules. And I said, oh no, I haven't, but I've got them. So, you know, he said, well, let's have a game of that, and agreed. And it was one of the worst experiences I've ever had. You know, one of the least enjoyable games I have ever had in my lifetime. And it wasn't to do, you know, it wasn't to do with any unpleasantness or any discord or anything during the game. It was simply because they were just so cumbersome that it became painful to play. You know, and he was trying. He was so enthused with the rules that he was trying to, you know, get it to play quickly and get me going on it. But he was constantly having to, you know, sort of use a calculator to work out, you know, minute fractions and decimal points and so on, and angles and protractors and precise distances and oh, you know, so I put it away and I've never looked at it since. Yeah, this is another one from The Perfect Captain, called Red Actions, which I thought was a very good game, and I have put up some battle reports on my YouTube channel involving this sort of rules. What I did in the end was actually kind of merge them into a combination of red actions and black powder, using all my Russian Civil War figures, and I thought it worked really well. The one fault I would have with the game, if you just play it as itself, is that it's an I go, you go game where you play one unit at a time. So once you've got about 15 units on the table to make it a reasonable game, then it becomes really slow moving. Just to do one turn becomes very, very slow, and it becomes very difficult. You have to put down markers in order to remind you which units you've moved and which you haven't. But you can see here, I made up an army list for the White Russians here, and it's got loads. Oh no, these are bases. Yeah, so you can incorporate these into one unit. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 units So that would make it if the reds have got 9 units as well, that's 18 units, and you've got to move each unit individually, then allowing the other player to move one of their units, and it does slow the game down. So I kind of took some of the mechanisms out of Black Powder and had a very successful game, which seemed to be quite popular. Got a lot of views on YouTube. But again, from the Perfect Captain, completely free, masses of work that they put into it, producing all the cards and tokens, and not to mention the rules themselves. And it was one of their better games, I think. There it is again. That's another folder with red actions in it. What else have we got here? We have. Oh, this is I'll put this. No, I've got it all. See what I mean about how things go? They just get put anywhere when you haven't got an organised system. So this is the very kind of crude playing mat that comes with Jugular. So it's an 8-sided board, but I did actually buy the. They do have a very nice mat. So before I forget, I will put that. If I can still see it, there it is. I'll put that with Jugular, and then I have got a reference sheet for L'Art de la Guerre. So I haven't actually got L'Art de la Guerre, but I know someone who has, and I think he asked me to laminate his reference sheets that he'd printed out. Or maybe you can get this, maybe you can download this. I think you can. I think you can download this from the internet. So I printed one for myself as well, and never actually played the game. But I think I'll stop recording for a moment just to have a break. But when I start up again, I will talk a little bit about all these sort of DBX type games. So I'll have a little longer discussion on these type of games shortly. Okay, so a little while ago I mentioned DBX basing systems and referenced DBA and DBM and all those sets of rules, and said I would talk a little bit more about that, having uncovered this L'Art de la Guerre reference sheet. So I'm not going to go into the history of it's a massive subject, the history of all those Wargames rules, but I do want to talk a little bit about the way the hobby developed, and the way Wargames clubs were altered, really, I suppose, by those those rules and that era. So I've got DBA, but this is version 3. This is very recent. It's only in the last few years, 2014. Yeah, so it seemed like the last few years, but time's going by quickly. But yeah, so 9 years ago this came out. I've played DBA. I've got sort of 15mm armies. I've got quite a few 15mm armies, ancient armies of one kind or another, and it's very easy to put a DBA army together. You only need about 12 units or something, and I played DBA at the club. We had one day where we had a kind of a mini sort of tournament, and it was great fun. It was well organised and great fun to play and take part in, a bit of a kind of community event. And then there was Field of Glory. Let's get the main rule books right down the bottom, inevitably. Oh no, it's not. That's the Renaissance version. Where has it got to? I wonder if it's got put into another pile. So I've got lots of, I've got the Field of Glory Renaissance book. I've got lots of supplements to the rule set. I've got the Napoleonic version with various supplements for that, so Field of Glory Napoleonic. There's more supplements here. Where's the main rule book? This is what I'm trying to talk about as well. You know, it's how things, you put things down and they go missing. It must be in this pile somewhere. Excuse me just a minute. I'm just to satisfy my own frustration now. I'm just going to have a quick look, see if I can find it. Right, here we are. So, despite my best efforts to put together all my wargaming rules on the tabletop, this was still upstairs in another pile of figures, and you know, totally out of place. No idea why it ended up where it was, but it just demonstrates the whole point I'm trying to make and my dilemma that I have. But anyway, I forgot even what I was saying now. Yeah, I've got, so Field of Glory kind of was the heir of DBM and so on. Trying to remember the names of the authors. I think Phil Barker was definitely... No, I'm wrong. Richard Bodley Scott, Simon Hall and Terry Shaw. Maybe Phil Barker. Oh, I don't know. Sometimes I really think my memory is failing me. But maybe Phil Barker. Yeah, Phil Barker definitely wrote DBA. So maybe that whole crew, or certainly Bodley Scott, you know, kind of were involved in DBM, and then they parted company and parted ways. I certainly know Phil Barker's notorious for his, but you know, I think it was called Barkerisms or Barkeresque. You know, his writing is appalling, totally ambiguous and unclear. So maybe they all had something to do with DBM and then went their different ways. But Field of Glory certainly began to predominate at the club that I had attended, and you know, people ceased to play all those DBM type games and took up with this. Because I'm not going to go into history of it. I just want to make some general remarks, you know, that I find sort of frustrating and irritating, and have a general moan about things. So this goes to the heart of that whole thing I was saying about there are games and there are simulations, and the two can overlap. Both can be fun. Simulation is far more serious in one aspect, but people take the games just as seriously as they do maybe, you know, the people who want simulations take the history seriously. But you do get this crossover and blending of the two, and games tend to be I don't know, they just seem to generate a competitive, they can generate a kind of more competitive type of gameplay. So you know, you will get tournaments where people would go simply to win the tournament, and they're not interested in, you know, the history at all, you know, or not so much. Or if they are, you know, you might have an absolute obsession, say, with Republican Rome, and want to wargame it. So you put together a Republican Roman army, and you play a set of rules like DBM or like Fog, and you have great fun with it, and you know, it's all well and good, but you end up simply in order to be able to get games, you might have to play an opponent who's got I don't know, a kind of an army that would never have met the Republican Romans. So I don't know, an Indian army or something like that. I mean, they do try. I know they do try to kind of keep things categorised by periods and by areas of the world, but you know, if your only opponent at your Wargames club who wants to play, say, Filled with Glory, has only got armies that, you know, they're not historically matched, then what are you going to do? You know, you're either not going to play games or you're going to play against them. But sometimes people willingly, if you go to a tournament, which people some for some reason it seems that ancients players, especially the ones who play these sort of DBX style games, they seem to be obsessed with tournaments and competing. You know, and the minute you go to a tournament, you might get historically matched opponents for the first round or two, but as time goes on, you're going to end up with Aztecs fighting samurai and all this kind of thing. And you know, it's possible because the armies are just broken down into types. So you'll have like blades, and you'll have Siloi, and you know, so whether you know, so you will be able to categorize a particular troop type from a particular era and a particular army. You know, you'll be able to categorize it using these very broad categorizations, so that then two armies can dovetail, you know, into one another, regardless of the fact that they might never have coincided either temporally or geographically. So much as I like games, and these are definitely games rather than simulations, you know, because of the rule mechanisms and the way, you know, things are obliged to move in certain ways and what have you. These are most definitely games, and I do like games. I think hopefully I've been showing you games rather than simulations that I enjoy. You know, I can't get my head around using these sets of rules to play in that kind of competitive, unhistorical context. You know, I have had some good games of Field of Glory down at the club using 28 mil scale figures, but the battles, the games that I've played have always been with historically matched, so historically correct opponents. So, for instance, I've played my Mongol army against a friend's Teutonic Knights. You know, that works perfectly well. Although having said that, I think it's changed now. But in this original edition, 28 mil games were still played on I think it was a 6 foot by 4 table, and the footprints of the armies obviously is much bigger, and it was totally impossible to play a Mongol army in a manner that was true to its historical abilities. So lots of light horse and so on, but very narrow frontage. You know, you've only got the 6 foot length of the table as your frontage, and totally impossible to get around the flanks of your opponent and encircle them. And so basically, in those games that I played, I always found it frustrating, because this sort of large width of Teutonic Knights would simply advance across the table, slowly squeezing my Mongol army into a narrower and narrower space on the table, without, even though the sort of archers, the light horsemen archers and so on, could withdraw, they were withdrawing from a force that was still advancing against them. So eventually you get to a point where they have nowhere to withdraw to, because they're pushed back against the main force of your own army or against the table edge, and they can't sort of evade around the sides of the table, and get around the sides, the flanks of the opponent. So I didn't find that the rules produced a believable game, an accurate game. We're getting into all these definitions of realism and accuracy and all that kind of thing, and how you can have a perfectly accurate army composed in historically correct proportions and so on, and matched against a historical opponent, but the war games rules still don't allow you to play an accurate game, and so I have a lot of misgivings about all these games. And worse than that is, you would think, wouldn't you, that if a game is so popular, if you take something like DBM, if it is so popular and taken up by so many wargamers across the country and clubs across the country, and it is the height of fashion, why does it fall out of fashion? If it's such a good game with so few flaws, why do people constantly keep moving on, to new iterations of the same thing? Why are there new editions? Why does something have to be republished and the rules changed dramatically unless they were flawed in the first place? And if they were flawed in the first place, why were they so popular? And it strikes me, I've never played L'Art de la Guerre, but it strikes me as the latest, it's being played by exactly those same people who are growing older, but still doing exactly the same thing in the same way. I'm sure they're enjoying themselves, having their tournaments and their, mismatched games of samurai versus Aztecs, but I just weary of it. I just haven't got the kind of bandwidth to be able to take all these rules in and constantly keep changing. And Field of Glory has been, I don't know which edition it's on to now. I think it might be a third edition, but it has nullified all of these supplements. Can no longer be used. They are worthless now. In terms of, they're very good. I like them because I like the they're good reference material, a bit like those Force on Force supplements. And I like the illustrations, which a lot of them are taken from Osprey books. I like the paintings of the figures of the painted figures and so on. So I do like them, but they won't sell. You can't sell these any longer in a bookshop because it's pointless, because they refer to the original set of rules and not the current set of rules. So in a way, what a waste of money. And it's only years. You're only talking about 10, 15 years for something to come and go and be replaced by a second edition and then a third edition. The Napoleonic thing, I've never played it. I've seen it played, and as far as I can gather, it's very difficult to get your head around the rules. They were struggling. The game I saw at the Wargames Club, they were struggling with it. So yeah, it's not for me. And the other thing I find, they sort of cohabit the same space, but you get people who have absolutely no real interest in history at all. They're just interested in playing Field of Glory, for instance, and they like going to the club with their armies, and they don't even necessarily, want to paint them up well or anything like that. They simply want to play with figures and have no real enthusiasm for history or even for military history. They will scour the army lists and find an army that is a game winner. They'll find the strongest army they can, and say, right, that looks powerful because of this common language. The common categorization of things. It's easy. It makes it very easy to do. So yeah, that is a really strong army. I'm going to get that together and play that in tournaments, and I'll win the tournament. Some people honestly do. I know people like that who do go about their war games like that, and it's a real displeasure to play them, to meet them all across the tabletop. They might be nice enough people, but they're not good opponents on a war games table. So you'll often hear them and see them shouting at one another at the far end of the hall, getting very cross with one another because they're so competitive, and no real sympathy with the period, of the army that they're playing. And from the opposite point of view, if you have someone who is an absolute purist, who wants to find a set of rules that recreates the look and the feel of, say, a Wars of the Roses army and battle, then how can they be comfortable in that same environment, finding themselves playing against, the Incas or something? It just doesn't make sense to me. And yet, it seems to dominate the hobby, especially, the club that I still go to occasionally. Although I have to say, recently, that's not been the case because the club has really been in decline for a long time, and you don't get that kind of attendance any longer to make those people. They don't dominate the club any longer because they seem to have stopped going to it. So that in a nutshell is my feelings on games versus simulations, and how war games rules change and adapt for no apparent reason. But DBA, having said all that, I really enjoyed that day we spent in that competition. It was good fun, but it was done. I went to it without any, knowing I was just going to play. I might as well have been going to an afternoon of playing bridge or something like that. I just knew I was going to get a few games in, a little bit of friendly banter in that. But I wasn't taking my wargaming too seriously that day. Anyway, enough of a rant. Go on to the next thing. Okay, next thing. I did get fairly heavily into War Machine at one time, and I know that might surprise people to hear that, especially after all the things I've been saying today. But yeah, I don't know what initially provoked me. I like the look of the models and wanted to try something different. And there was one particular person I was playing quite regularly with at the club who, played these kind of games, as well, and he was a good opponent, nice sort of tolerable person who I enjoyed playing games with. So I thought I would give War Machine a try. So yeah, this is very, very definitely, obviously, a game, because it's set in a world, where the world has been created for the game. So you can't describe it as a simulation in any way, other than the rules make the figures, work and perform in exactly the way they would do in this imaginary world. It goes back to that nonsense the gibberish I was coming out with about you can realistically portray an unrealistic situation. That's what I was trying to attempt. But of course, all these many hours now, I haven't mentioned the elephant in the room, which is Games Workshop and Warhammer. And this kind of game does sort of spring from that world. So I'll talk a little bit. I have never ever played a game of Warhammer Fantasy or Warhammer Sci-Fi. I have played, and we'll talk about later, Warhammer historical games, but not the kind of main, the main caucus of the sort of Space Marines and all that kind of stuff. And I have a lot of negative things to say about it, even though it is such a massive success and a massively popular game system and so on. I really kind of find that it is cynical in the extreme, the way they exploit the addiction of their customers, for the game. It's overpriced. The figures are overpriced, even though that they might be lovely, but they are, massively expensive. The good things that have come out of Warhammer over the years, Games Workshop over the years, though, are most definitely the rule mechanisms which have crossed over into a lot of these rules that I've been showing you, and have transformed that old dry and dusty world of almost home printed kind of scraps of densely packed wording in little flimsy paperback publications stapled together. They transform that world into rules that not only have the same kind of production values, but also, so they come in nice, colourful, well presented hardback, publications and so on. But they also have a lot of the mechanisms, the dice rolling, for instance, bolt action. People quite easily, for some reason, seem to be able to switch from playing Warhammer, is it called 40k, to playing bolt action. It's a very easy transition for them, and I like all that. I think that has kind of transformed my hobby in a good way. But unfortunately, it has also some of the the negative things about Warhammer have also crossed over. So there are a lot of companies I will get around to talking about who follow almost the same business model, and will constantly be not only linking their wargames rules to a specific range of models, so that you're almost obliged to buy that range of models, but creating the models and then producing rules for that model. So it's the other way around. The model comes first, and then the rules follow it, or the supplements follow it. So the two kind of reinforce one another, and then overcharging, overpricing, and worse than all of that is constantly bringing out new editions for no reason whatsoever, but changing the rules, noticeably altering the rules, so that you are kind of obliged to buy the new edition if you want to carry on playing that game. I know everyone says, well, why don't you just carry on playing the edition you were happy with? But you can only do that if everyone else does the same. And the way these things are marketed and advertised, people want to get the latest. They want to keep up with the latest, innovations and the latest additions to the ranges of figures and the latest version of the rules. So you will get power creep going on in the rules. And I know this War Machine is not a historical based game, so it doesn't fall under that category in the same way. But War Machine have done exactly the same thing. That they introduced new models, much larger scale models, which they then had to write rules for, and then this rule book is Mark II, so I didn't get Mark I, but this is very old now, and they are certainly on to Mark III, maybe even Mark IV, and this game is history. So I could probably use the models in the new game, I don't know, but I wouldn't have certain models that would dominate the game, so I wouldn't be likely to win many games with the figures that I've got, but also I would need the new rules because they are very distinguishable from these rules, and that kind of exploitative policy towards their customers has not only appeared in this kind of War Machine type game, which has got a lot of parallels with Warhammer, but it's crossed over, I'm afraid to say, into a lot of the mainstream historical wargaming companies and themes, and people kind of are aware of it, but they're sort of so addicted that they think it worth paying up to get all the new supplements and all the new rules and so on. And it doesn't, but I sort of react against that. I react against fashion, in wargaming in general, because there are, like, an example of a company that isn't doesn't have that cynical attitude, but still has a following, which means whatever it comes out with, people buy it in a sort of frenzied manner, is Too Fat Lardies. I always find with Too Fat Lardies that the games aren't as good as you think they might be from the popularity that is expressed across the wargaming community with them, that lots of people play Too Fat Lardies games and obviously like them, but I don't think they're as good. They don't warrant the following that they have. I don't think. So they're not exploiting their audience. They simply have a very loyal band of enthusiastic customers. But you get other companies like, I mean, I'll name them like Warlord, who again I like their rules, definitely like Black Powder and Bolt Action and so on. But they have a very kind of aggressive, dynamic marketing strategy, it seems to me, which has less to do with being loyal to their customers and more to do with expanding their business and getting, wringing as much income out of their business as they can. So that might seem over the top, might seem cynical, but it's definitely the way I see the wargaming hobby. Another thing, I will probably forget to say this. I have been meaning to say this for a while. I'll probably forget to say it if I don't say it now on the subject of Warhammer. Is like very early on in this long video, I was talking about boyhood and about how wargamers of my age grew up playing with toy soldiers, and how that was partly a way of conditioning boys into the male world. So it was a sort of gender specific world, but it also in my case, and I know certainly in a lot of other people's cases, the interest in toy soldiers continued, partly because people wanted to remind themselves of their happier sort of childhoods and the fun they had playing with toy soldiers. But it also generated, as I was growing up, a real genuine interest in history. I became very interested in history and ended up taking it as a degree. I've got a university degree in history, but a lot of people just developed an interest in history, didn't take it any further than that, but I've always had an interest in history, maybe not even military history, but history in general, and that stems to some extent from them playing and expanding their imagination, using toys such as toy soldiers as a child. But do boys still play with toy soldiers? I don't know, because I haven't got grandchildren or anything. I've got a grand nephew who is, I think he's about 11 now, and I don't see a great deal of him, but as far as I can tell, he doesn't have any toys like that. And I think the people who are very adult nowadays, like the generation who are about 30 or 40 years old now, who wargame, I wonder if a lot of them played with toy soldiers. Maybe some of them played with Airfix figures, which are still around, but I don't think you see that many of the classic kind of Britons and Swappets and all those kind of toy soldiers. I think it's because they're a little bit politically incorrect nowadays. They seem to they're being sort of mildly suppressed in a way, because they might be seen to encourage violence or male stereotyping, all those kind of things, maybe. But the thing that generation who are now 30 or 40 year olds amongst you who might be watching, probably in your boyhood, there was Warhammer, there were the Space Marines, and that's probably was your introduction into what you might describe as wargaming. Was the massive spread and the high profile of Games Workshop, and has that altered? Those people who have transferred from playing Games Workshop games to playing historical wargaming, either in groups amongst themselves or at Wargames clubs, has that actually changed people's expectations of what historical wargaming is all about? Do they, because of that background and their childhood interest, has that actually meant that the notion of even being interested in historical accuracy and the historic period has diminished, and they're more interested in playing a game like Bolt Action because they can see, that group of SS Germans are parallel to that group of whatever Space Marines, and they can see the kind of parallels. So they want to try out playing a sort of game that they're familiar with in a different world, in a world that is based on either the past or on the sort of fantasy worlds that are loosely based on Tolkien and things like that. So they don't come at it from having read The Lord of the Rings and being interested in Tolkien and the world that Tolkien created, or they don't come at it from having studied the Second World War at school and wanting to recreate games, like of that period on the Wargames table. They come at it primarily with a Games Workshop Warhammer mindset and want to just try out a variant of that game in another world. I'm only putting that out there as a possibility, but it does seem to me that, and I do find it difficult to kind of express it, but it does seem to me as though the world sort of changes as you grow older, and people don't seem to have the same outlook, on life. They don't seem to have the same perspective. And I look at war games as a mechanism to use my imagination to recreate the past almost. And I don't think, I don't know, I just don't think people who are half my age now have that same perspective. Anyway, that's enough. This is going on and on and on and on. Let's get on to another pile of books. So it's just another pile. Again, this is going to be a very random selection of Wargames rules. So we'll start off, I only got these a year ago, The Baron's War and Death and Taxes, which is a supplement. So it does what it says on the tin, a medieval skirmish game. Never played it. I don't think I've even read it properly right the way through, but I have made a very tentative start on a sort of feudal era armies, and thought these might be a suitable set of rules to use. I have seen some bat reps and things on YouTube, and it seems a reasonably good game. I sort of, just to reiterate some of the things I've said a little while back, but, I would favour this kind of rules over something like Field of Glory, simply because it is like period specific. So you can't take these rules and play William Marshall against Genghis Khan, even though they are fairly similar. Maybe I should have picked another example. So they are quite close in time span. You can't play him against Hernan Cortes. Let's say that, you know. So it's very specific to a period and place, and you know, that's the sort of thing that is one of my first prerequisites to getting a set of rules. So that's all I'll say on that. So this is the folder that I opened earlier, which has got some like little short amendments that I made for the game of Trafalgar, and here is Warhammer historical. Just talking about that a moment ago. A Warhammer historical game of Age of Sail, Napoleonic era battles, and so there you go. Having slated Warhammer earlier, you know, I think some of the Warhammer historical games were excellent. I never played any of their, you know, massed army games. They had ancient rules and all kinds of things. I only played the more kind of peripheral things like this naval battle game, and I've got a pirate game which may be in this pile. I don't know. We'll find it later. But yeah, I you know, I really enjoyed this game. Again, as I said earlier, I had been playing Wooden Ships and Iron Men, but this allowed me to do away with it with the hex mat, and it's pretty straightforward, basic set of rules, but you know, taking its history seriously. So, you know, it was not in what I would have, you know, categorized as your, you know, sort of typical Games Workshop enthusiast market, but maybe that is why Games Workshop just completely and utterly pulled the plug on all their Warhammer historical games. You know, so what a shame. They were holding, you know, they were extending their reach out into the, you know, the marketplace where you know, where their customers would have been people like me who had a much more historically minded bent, you know, and it all disappeared. But as a game, you know, if you're a naval enthusiast and you can get hold of this game, you know, it's very good game. You know, in comparison to that Rod Langton Age of Sail game, you know, it's like chalk and cheese. This one can be picked up very quickly, and you know, whilst the rules they do simplify things like wind direction, for instance, which is why I wrote this adaptation, because I used to like the way the wind changed and so on in Signal for Close Action. So I adapted the rules in Warhammer to incorporate this, you know, the changes in the weather and the wind conditions into Trafalgar, and it made it a much more interesting game again. So it was kind of very simplistic and set of rules, but I used to really enjoy this, and do occasionally still play a game. It's been a few years now since I played a game of this, but a friend of mine he got hold of some ships at a bring and buy, and we played a game of it, and he really enjoyed it. Yeah, this is I was talking earlier about Capitana, and about how Rod Langton had a range of Mediterranean sort of Renaissance period galleys, and this is the set of rules that he came up with for that period. So he would have hoped, using you know, his range of models, but there was no obligation. But you know, like the Age of Sail rules, though, they are very dense, very complicated. You know, don't result in a marvellously enjoyable experience of playing them, but are a very good simulation. So we're back to that. Game versus simulation debate. And having said that, here we are with one of my all-time favourite sets of rules, definitely my all-time favourite set of naval rules, Seekrig 5, Naval Warfare from 1880 to 1945. Now this is the absolutely perfect blend, to my mind, of simulation and game, because it is so close to reality and so accurate, mainly because it is so highly detailed, that when you play games using this set of rules, it is like witnessing the real thing on the tabletop, as close as you can get to that. You know, it has absolutely everything in here that you could possibly imagine, and this is just the rule book and the charts. I've got quite a lot of bat reps of Seekrig 5 on my channel. They're probably all in the playlist Maritime Matters, rather than the Wargaming playlist. So if you are interested, if you haven't seen them and want to get an impression of how the game plays, then have a look at that. And these are all the overall charts and data tables and so on. But on top of this, you need to have the data for the ships that you are playing, which aren't in here. There are some example kind of games and data in here, but you need to buy, in my day they were CDs, but I was pretty dismayed recently to discover that modern laptops and computers don't even come with a CD drive. So I actually bought a little USB connector CD drive so that I could still use those discs that I got for this game. But yeah, nowadays they sell them. You can still get hold of Seekrig 5 at the I forget what it's called. It's available online. You can buy it, but the data discs are now sold on memory sticks. But yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, so basically you need to get the data for the ships that you are playing with, and that data will have everything on it. It will have armour thicknesses for different parts of the ship, the type of guns, the type of weapons, that it had, the how many boilers it had, how many engines, how many propellers, absolutely everything. Now, to give you an idea of the scale of this game and its comprehensive nature, they have every single ship for every major navy, and they even have a disc of minor navies. So I think the minor navies have things like the Austrian Navy, Italians, Turks, but all the major countries have at least one disc, and some of them, such as Britain, have two discs, and those discs contain data for every single ship that was in that nation's navy from 1880 to 1945, and they have separate data for each ship after each refit that it went into historically. So if a ship was refitted in a particular year, they will have a separate set of data for that ship from that date onwards up to the date when the ship was either sunk in battle or scuttled or whatever. So it is absolutely immense and colossal, you know, and yet, having said all that, which might make it seem, especially when you see the thickness of this set of rules and you look at all these charts and tables and so on, you know, you might think that is an impossible game to play, but you can play the game just using I haven't got it. Yeah, I haven't got a printout here, but you can play the game just using a few pages of A4. It's all you need to know. So, like a quick reference sheet is all you need to know, and then it will tell you, you know, if you need to refer to a particular chart at a particular time, then it will, you know, you can do that by flipping through this book. But all you need in your hand to play the game is a few pages, and you need a printout of that ship's data, which you get from those CDs. You know, and so it is one of the easiest naval games to play, to learn and to play that I know of. Very easy, flows very easily. The rules are written with enormous clarity, but the data in here is fantastic. You know, it's worth having this just in order to be able to look up what the weather might have been like at a particular time of day in a particular theatre, you know, at a particular time of the year, what time high tide was, what time, what, you know, so what the sea state was likely to have been, when the sun rose, when the sun fell. You know, absolutely colossal. So it's worth it almost for the reference material. You know, Admiralty coding, signals, meaning of, you know, the phonetic alphabets, all that kind of thing. It's all in here. You can absolutely immerse yourself completely in the world of naval warfare. And some of the contributors, you know, I don't think the two principal authors were anything more than enthusiasts. Maybe they were, but some of the people whose input they got into putting these rules together were ballistics experts. You know, not just enthusiasts. They were ballistic experts, naval employees, you know, so, and historians and everything. Some of them, you know, I've seen on TV being interviewed or talking about famous wrecks like the wreck of the Bismarck or whatever. But Jutland, the wrecks in the North Sea of the Battle of Jutland. You know, so there's a wealth in here, and this set of rules has given me kind of enormous pleasure over the years, and it's the, as I say, it is the absolute perfect blend of a very accurate, highly detailed simulation with a very fast flowing, easy to understand set of rules. You know, so it's a game and a simulation all in one, you know, and this would be my all-time favourite set of rules by a country mile. Right, so we've got another naval. This must be my naval pile here that I got. So this is Cruel Seas. You know, so this is Warlord Games. So, you know, this kind of belies what I said earlier about Warlord, and yet at the same time confirms it. I paid over the odds, really, I think, for this hardback copy of the rules that was signed by John Stallard, only to find that within a week, maybe 2 weeks of it coming out, that it had to be reprinted because there are just so many mistakes and errors and typos in this particular book that it was had to be redone. You know, so, and yet I really like this game. It's basically, you know, small ships, not a small game, but well, they are small games by the nature of but small, you know, torpedo boats and so on, battling it out in places like the English Channel, coastal waters type of battles, nipping in and out of coastal inlets and attacking convoys as they go by, that kind of thing. Really, really good game. Great shame about the appalling production and rushed, botched, you know, initial publication of the game. Yeah, so I think when it first came out, I put up a back rep on this. I really enjoyed it, but I had a very negative experience of playing this once, and with some opponents. One person who I wanted to introduce the rules to, and another person who was already keen on the rules, who kind of interposed himself in the game, really took it over, and was not the kind of opponent that I really like to play games against. Very anxious to win the game, nitpicking over minute distances, literally millimeters, and tiny degrees of angles, you know, and being very, you know, very difficult to play with, and pedantic, and also insistent, you know, that he was always right and you were wrong in your interpretation of a rule, and yeah, so unfortunately it sort of stopped me playing the game, you know, for fear that he would intrude on future games. So I haven't played much of it since, but maybe I will soon, you know, because maybe I'll play it on my own on the tabletop, because it is a good game. Now, Warlord also, they do take up ranges of figures and old publications, and then revive them, refresh them, you know, alter them maybe, and put them out as their own. So Victory at Sea is a very popular game that came out not long after Cruel Seas from Warlord Games, but originally it wasn't by Warlord Games. It was, I forget the name of the company, doesn't really matter now as they don't exist any longer. Mongoose Publishing, that's it, yeah. So Mongoose Publishing have given it up, Warlord Games have taken it up, and I got these rules after Mongoose had given it up, but I think before Warlord had brought out their own version. So I got these cheap somewhere, and have never played them. But I have to say now that whereas I'm quite impressed by Cruel Seas, I'm totally underwhelmed by Warlord Games' Victory at Sea. I don't have any objection to the ship models that they brought out in conjunction. So they did this usual thing, you know, of packaging together ships and tokens and templates and all kind of things with the rules, which this original set of rules didn't. So they went to town on that aspect of it. But, you know, as kind of as they do with things, you know, because they are far more, you know, they have far more sophisticated and aggressive marketing strategies, you know, that they follow. But I don't mind the ships. The ships are on these sort of pudding basin type things with the name, and a lot of people thought that was unrealistic. I don't mind all that. I think they're quite nice ship models. But the game, to me, just doesn't look right. On the tabletop, you know, you play it on a tiny surface, and yet you have what would represent massive ships, you know, on the tabletop. And in naval terms, you know, in naval game terms, it becomes even more ridiculous, because if you are going to play on a, you know, like in reality, these bigger ships could fire over the horizon. They could fire at targets that were like 14,000, 15,000 feet away from them, you know, miles away. And in some cases, in the later cases where, you know, they had radar, they could even fire at targets that they couldn't physically see. And yet there you are playing with them, you know, ship models that might be a good 4 or 5 inches long on a table that's only 3 or 4 foot square. And, you know, things like gunnery ranges that are only sort of 2 or 3 times the length of the ship model. You know, so aesthetically and visually it doesn't look right to me. So it's back to that thing about accuracy and realism, and you know, I just thought it was kind of, it's preposterous. It really is preposterous, and it means that the games aren't you know, aren't accurate. You're not playing a naval game. Well, you are playing a naval game, you're not playing a naval simulation. So this is completely game and not simulation at all. You know, you might as well be playing a board game or something like that. Oh yeah, on the subject of that, you know, I almost came out with computer game then, and I have recently been playing a computer game called Atlantic Fleet. You may have seen some gameplay I put up on my channel, which I am really enjoying, and it seems to provide the one thing that this fabulous set of rules Sea Creek 5 can't deliver, which is really sort of realistic sights and sounds. So wind and weather, even lightning storms, you know, rolling seas, shell fire, shell splashes, and when you have, so I love all that, and I've you know, so I'm enjoying playing Atlantic Fleet. But when you have huge amounts of data, you know, this is exactly the sort of thing that could be easily computerized, and you know, this set of rules would make an excellent set of this set of rules would make an excellent computer game if it was literally transferred to the computer. So if you combined the graphics and the sound effects of Atlantic Fleet with Sea Creek 5, you know, what a joy. But Atlantic Fleet doesn't actually do that. So Atlantic Fleet is kind of a naval simulation as much as it is a game. But why doesn't Atlantic Fleet do it? So to give you an example, in Atlantic Fleet, you get to fire a ship's guns once per turn, but you're not allowed to split the fire. So say you've got a primary battery of guns, you're not allowed to fire the front turrets at one target and the rear turrets at another, even though historically ships could do that. This has got all that contained in these rules, but ships had a number of fire control systems to control each battery, primary, secondary, tertiary. And gun turrets could even fire, independently without, the central coordination of a fire control system. And depending on the ship, which is where all those data disks come into play, depending on the ship, they were more capable, or than some were more capable than others. But in Atlantic Fleet, all ships are the same. You can only fire either your primary or your secondary battery. There are no tertiary batteries, and you can only fire it at one target. So that does make the game highly unrealistic, because, for instance, a large ship like the Bismarck is very vulnerable to an attack from a group of vessels. So you might have two destroyers and a larger ship like the Prince of Wales attacking the Bismarck. The Bismarck is almost certainly doomed, because if it fires at the Prince of Wales, it can't fire any of its armament at either of the two destroyers, which are able to approach it with impunity, therefore, and then unload a whole load of torpedoes at it and sink it. And if it concentrates on firing at the destroyers, it has to fire at each one of them one at a time, and in the meantime the Prince of Wales is pounding it with its heavy guns and causing it a lot of damage, so that it's knocked out of action by the Prince of Wales, which is firing it without the Bismarck being able to retaliate. So why does it do that? Why doesn't Atlantic Fleet introduce all those sophistications into its game? And the reason is because it's a game, and if you tax the player of the game too much with all those added complications, then they're not going to enjoy the game. So it's a game where you can get the sort of flavour of naval fighting, and I certainly enjoy it, but it's back to this whole thing about how accurate do you make a simulation before it ceases to become a game and becomes an academic exercise. And I like those academic exercises, but your average subscriber to Steam is not going to buy a game that does anything other than allow him to sink ships and take part in spectacular battles on his laptop. So anyway, that's enough about that. Let's carry on with something else. Right, so we must be about 4 hours in now. This is absolutely phenomenal. I can't imagine that there are very many people who are still watching this, even watching it in small doses. And I've said a lot of things that have probably wound up a lot of people, and I'll probably get a lot of dislikes for this video for some of the remarks I made, which I'm perfectly entitled to my opinions and I'm perfectly free to express them, so it doesn't worry me if people dislike what I say. I'm not in the business of fawning to every viewer just to get likes and added subscriptions and advertising revenue. My channel's about something different. So I'm about to go off on another rant, which will no doubt displease another section of my viewing audience, if indeed you are still watching out there. Peter Pig rules. So there is one set of rules in here. Here we are, AK-47, which is one of my all-time favourite sets of rules. Again, it's similar to Congo in that it's set in a theatre, so it's modern African wars. And again, you have all those kind of that backdrop of colonialism and ideologies coming into it now, you know, sort of the Cold War and communist ideologies and the decolonisation of Africa and the wars that ensued and the you know, the sort of corruption, the exploitation of mineral resources and absolutely everything. So in many respects, you know, a really troublesome and troubling theatre to want to wargame, but at the same time a really diverse and interesting range of options, you know, that you could introduce into your games. A real mismatch, is that the right word? Of weaponry, troop types, you know, everything from the still fairly sort of primitive, religious fanatic kind of popular uprising sort of militias through to modern jets and tanks and, you know, weaponry, all thrown together into similar kind of conflicts, which can be set in, you know, fairly diverse types of terrain, from jungle through to desert. But, you know, on top, not only that, not only is I find it an interesting genre to play, but the rules themselves, very good, very easy to pick up, fun to play. Had some fantastic games, you know, nail-biting, very kind of close, challenging games. Lots of fun to be had playing this sort of games. So, you know, full marks to Peter Pig for that. It's one of their rules that I really enjoy. There are others in here that I'll show you. But something kind of happens. So it got reprinted, and I think this just ironed out a few glitches and maybe it added a couple of extra rules, I don't know, but it was essentially the same set of rules. So absolutely no problem. I've got no problem with things having second editions and so on, as I've said already. Then there was a supplement, which again, you know, I welcome. So you can see it's a supplement for the main AK-47 rules, but it also includes, so you're now introducing new features. So Lebanon forces, African forces from 1990, cut-out buildings, minefields, cavalry, victory outcomes and more. Yeah, brilliant. Okay, so we're happy with that as well. Oh dear, what happens now? AK-47 Republic 2009 edition. So it's AK-47 Republic Reloaded. You know, if it's not fixed, why mend it? You know, is the thing that I would say. So this really did provoke a backlash among a lot of AK-47 enthusiasts. I didn't, get involved. I just bought it. I've looked at it. I've seen back reps on YouTube, for instance, and it's a reasonable game, but I don't understand why you needed to alter the game in the first place. I mean, one of the main things that's happened, and it's something that I must say I never really overindulged in the first edition, was that there's a lot of pre-game dice rolling to determine your army size and what reinforcements you can have and so on, and to characterize your force. And I've never really been a big fan of that type of rigmarole, because it stops you. It's half an hour of your afternoon where you have to sit down and do that rather than get on with playing a game. And if you're at a Wargames club and you've only got like 4 hours to play, get a game played, then I like to get going as quickly as possible. And this massively increased that feature of the game, and that meant that it influenced the game and the way the game played far more as well. So it sort of it exaggerated the one part of the original rules that I didn't really like anyway. And there are lots of other things in here as well, but I've got this sort of rules. I've seen it played. I've said in comments on my YouTube channel before, yeah, I'll get around to playing it eventually. But in all seriousness, I've got no real intention of doing so. I think it's just going to. I've got it there. I've got it for the sake of completion, because I'm such an admirer of the rules that I can't do without it. But I am going to, at the same stage, I don't want to use it. This hammering iron is again reprinted. It's slightly better, glossier reprint, but I don't think there are any changes from this copy to that copy. And this would be, after the AK-47, I think this would be my second favourite Peter Pig game. Peter Pig do a range of ACW Riverine vessels, and that's what I use to play this game, but you can get the models from other manufacturers to play them. Really good game. I think there was one slight change. It's based on hexes in one of these two games. Can't remember which, but in the other one, yeah. So I think in this second one, this one is played on a hex mat. This one can be played on a hex mat, but if you wish, you can cut out hexes which you use as movement tokens. So you put the hex template in front of the vessel, and then move the hex, and then put the ship on the final hex, which means that you're not bound into that network of hexes on the table, so you can have ships approaching one another from different angles and so on, which makes it slightly more flexible and realistic. But apart from that, there aren't a great many changes in it, and had some really good games of that. Really enjoy it. But all these other rules, square bashing is a set of rules that I got originally. I got this set of rules originally, and the supplement, because as you now know from hours ago, I was talking about 15mm Russian Civil Wars figures, and looking for rules to play them. And in the end, I settled on Red Actions to be later modified by incorporating it in with black powder. But I got these rules, thinking might be possible, but I didn't really take to the squares. Not that playing a game on hexes bothers me, so playing a game on squares shouldn't. And also, it seemed to me more appropriate that you would use World War One on the Western Front in particular. Was about to my mind dominating small areas of land and fighting for little squares of land. So it seemed right. It seemed almost right to be playing it, with on a sort of a network of squares. It seemed appropriate. But what struck me as odd was that the model trains that Peter Big sell, they're about 3 carriages long. You've got the engine, and then you'd have at least one armoured carriage, maybe 2, or maybe a flat car or something like that. But they're all a good sort of 1.5 to 2 foot long, and the squares were only 6 inches long, and the train could only occupy one square at a time. So it was overlapping the squares, by a good, it was occupying 4 squares when in the game it was effectively only occupying 1. So it gets back to that thing again about aesthetics and about it just looking completely and utterly wrong, and it's a problem a lot of Wargames rules have, but it's not as obvious as it was with the train. But for instance, a model of a house in any Wargames rules is occupying a footprint which is much larger, represents a much larger area of land than a real house would occupy in the real world. So a house in a lot of Wargames rules, because of the ground scale, is actually occupying an area of the tabletop which is large enough to fit a regiment on, rather than 4 or 5 people who might be able to move into a cottage. But some aesthetics I can get away with, as I've already said. Some I can't, and that train business didn't really work for me. So I didn't really ever get much into using that set of rules, but I did fairly recently buy the reprint of Square Bashing, which again I don't think has changed the original rules at all. It's just simply it was time to get a reprint of this, which wasn't on such cheap paper, get it looking a bit nicer. So I don't think there are any changes in here, and although I don't have any figures for the First World War per se, maybe one day I will. And I've seen Storm of Steel, for instance. He plays Square Bashing occasionally, so he's very big on the First World War. He seems to like it, and I don't see why it shouldn't work, and I shouldn't enjoy the games. It's just the visual look of it. But now you get on Battles in the Age of War. I was interested in and started to get some armies together, never finished. So I still haven't read these rules and haven't played the game. So I can't really comment on this set of rules. But I have a strong suspicion, I'm afraid, that I won't like these rules. And the reason for that is that I was talking about pony wars much earlier, and 15mm wargaming, 15mm sort of plains wars, and initially I saw this game being played at a convention, I think it was Selwig, and thought I'm going to get into that. And it took me quite a long time to get enough figures together to play this game. I still haven't got enough figures to play Pony Wars, but I've certainly got enough to play this game. And when I played it, I immediately got into problems. I did put up a video expressing my reservations with this game and how unworkable I thought it was. So I would give these rules a big negative mark, 0 out of 10. I found them unplayable, and I did make an effort to get to play them, and there was an awful lot in here that I thought was obscure, was badly written, and then when I did get clarification, discovered that it was nonsense. You know, there were things like it was impossible to play a scenario. I won't go into it too much. I can't find the page now, but you have to choose a scenario, and there was a scenario where there was a type of fight going on, which was typical of the type of fight that particular faction was likely to fight, but that faction was forbidden from playing that particular scenario. You know, why? I just couldn't understand why. I didn't get it at all. So yeah, I just dumped these rules. But on the matter, it is played on squares, like square bashing, and there are trains in it, and I do have a Western train, and that was, you know, I can understand now, you know, how the rules work in terms of trains, and they don't work to my satisfaction because of that visual aesthetic of the, you know, only being one square that the train is actually influencing, even though it's occupying at least 4 of the squares. Yeah, so I didn't like that. I really didn't take to these rules, and then when I began to when I made the video and began to receive comments from other people, you know, some of them just took exception to my daring to criticise their, you know, one of their favourite companies and so on, but others were a lot more, you know, in agreement with me, and said that they had found that in recent years Peter Pig seemed to have deteriorated. You know, their rules were getting worse. You know, from that high point of AK-47, you know, and Hammering Iron, there's something that had gone wrong. Something had gone wrong in their thinking and their mentality, and they were trying to dictate to the purchaser what type of rules they should be playing, rather than giving them the type of rules that they wanted to play. So the classic, you know, that change that they made in AK-47 is a classic example of that, where they do have this approach, it seems to me, that the pre-battle preparation, you know, was very important in real life, in battle, you know, which is true. So that is why they have introduced a lot more of that into their rules. So you have to spend a lot of time preparing your forces and giving them purchasing their various characteristics and so on before you get going with each game. You know, that's on top of having orders of battle that you have to confine yourself to, and all that is correct, but it makes for the most awful game. It makes for the most dull game when you're just sitting there opposite your opponent, going through charts and rolling dice and making note of numbers and so on. You want to get on with moving your figures about on the table and rolling dice to see, you know, what effect their shooting has. You don't want to roll dice to see, you know, what type of flag they're going to fly, or yeah. Anyway, So and on top of that, they do seem to have, the rules do seem to have more flaws in them. Like Western was definitely flawed. I can't speak for battles in the age of the war, but other people were contributing to my video in the comments section and were saying things like, oh yeah, this set of rules is pretty bad as well, and something's definitely going on, with mentality at Peter Pig, and they're not as good as they used to be. So I'll stop at that point on, in the case of Peter Pig. But it's another example about Wargames rules, how they can develop, how they can change, how they can not necessarily change for the better, how they determine your experience at the Wargames Club, how each set of Wargames rules, can vary on that spectrum between a game and a simulation, and how each one can concentrate on a particular type of fight or battle, and bring out the that characteristic of a fight, and try and concentrate on that. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it works in one set of rules for one company and doesn't work in another. And Peter Pig is a good example of all that. Let's move on. Much smaller pile of books here. I might have a break after this and have another cup of tea before I carry on. Might carry on tomorrow, in fact, have a longer break. These are just two sets of rules from Ruleset's Press. Which is a sorry, I've just got distracted there. I thought I was much further through this pile on the tabletop than I really was, because I was thinking about Too Fat Lardies. I haven't actually spoken to you, shown you the rules, and I've got an entire row that I seem to have jumped, a row of piles of books. So I'm only about halfway through this. It's an absolute marathon. So these two are from Ruleset's Press, which is a kind of branch of Too Fat Lardies. I don't know. They're very separate. They're very different rules from the Too Fat Lardies stable. I don't know whether to talk about Too Fat Lardies now or not. No, I'll do it later. Just Too Fat Lardies, to me, they're very popular, but I don't like them. I just something against them. I think they're badly written. They produce games that don't look right, don't feel right. I don't even like things. I just take exception to the feel of them, to they've got a sort of jokey nature. The titles are all things like "I ain't been shot, mum," which is I think that's one of the rules, which is a reference to the old "It Ain't Hot, Mum" comedy series, and that comedy series is typical of the kind of tongue-in-cheek kind of humour that you get in the books. I don't see the need to put humour into a set of Wargames rules, and it's all who are misses kind of. So you have like in Sharp Practice, I think I seem to remember you have natives with big choppers, sort of very kind of carry on. Comedy kind of double entendres, and it just if I want to be amused, by that sort of thing, I'll watch a carry-on film. Which I'm not saying I don't enjoy carry-on films, but I want a more serious approach to my wargaming. And Ruleset's Press, which is a branch of Too Fat Lardies, is a much more the battles are far larger scale. They're not sort of skirmish sized games, so you play them with much bigger forces, but those forces might be much smaller scale. So Strength and Honour, which is a game I was introduced to not even a year ago. It's been less than a year. Lots happened in that year. In fact, the last time I played this game with an opponent, the same night I ended up in hospital, and was really off my legs for a good couple of months after that. I won't go into that, but anyway, yeah, a lot of water's flowed under the bridge since I was introduced to this game, which wasn't that long ago. Yeah, this is played in 2mm. Really love this game. Put up a bat rep recently of it. Mark Backhouse, very knowledgeable. I think he's a teacher. I think he's a school teacher. But really knows his history, really knows his ancients. I'm really looking forward to future supplements for this book, and I hope they come out soon. Did have some issues with some things in here, like that you need to have cards printed out, and it doesn't come, unlike so many sets of rules, it doesn't come with cards, so you have to either cut these out and use these, or you can get a PDF and you can print that out and use that. But whatever you do, the cards, the printout or this cutout, the front and the back of the cards don't coincide, so you end up with scruffy margins, all kinds of things like that. I mean, a good example, if you look here, you have to cut these cards out. These are cards, right? You have to cut each one out. But how can you cut them out so that the margins are equal around all the sides? Because the ones in the middle share that margin, that line there should be double the width of the outside margin in order for that margin there to be the same width as that margin there. Does that make sense? And they're not, so they're badly designed. But worse than that is when you do cut them out, this area here doesn't match up with the area on the other side. And that is true of the PDF as well. And you don't have the opportunity to buy a set of cards that have been professionally manufactured in order to get around that problem. But in terms of the game mechanisms and everything, it just produces a lovely game. It is a game, you're moving things on a grid, and the notion is that you're moving huge units, so it's ideal for 2mm, because each, like a Roman legion of 10 cohorts occupies just one base, so you're very limited in what you can't move backwards, for instance. It limits you in what you can do to represent the difficulties of manoeuvring massive units about on the table. But it just introduces really fabulous games. O Group is something I've got in mind. I've been putting together armies to play this, and I thought I had completed my German army for the North Africa campaign, and then discovered that I actually still need to paint up a few more bases of infantry, and I haven't got around to painting up the British forces to oppose them. So I've still haven't played this game, but watching, reports and YouTube videos, I'm sure I'm going to love this game. So it's similar to Strength and Honour, and similar in the way it completely contrasts completely with Too Fat Lardy's games, and yet comes from the same publishing organisation. Right, so I'm going to call it a day for now. This is going to even longer than I anticipated, this video now, because I've spotted all these rules that I seem to have managed to have skipped in my enthusiasm to get on to certain things. So Going to take a break and come back to this tomorrow, but from your point of view it'll be almost instantaneous. Now we come to a pile that not exclusively Western games, but there's quite a lot of Western games in here. Oh, in fact I think it may, no it isn't, no. So yeah, in a way this this pile kind of reinforces all the things I've been saying already. Westerns are inevitably going to be skirmish games. So from the point of view of figure numbers and aesthetic, you know, correctness, looking right and so on, you know, it's easy to achieve with a Western game. What I find interesting about this pile though is, you know, how many times can you reinvent the wheel? Once you've got a good set of Western rules, why do people find, you know, it's necessary to bring out another? And there are reasons. I mean, one of the this is the latest version of a sort of Western with Two Fat Lardies, What a Cowboy. I only got it recently. It came out about 6 months ago or so. I only got it recently and I haven't played it yet, but I was interested in comparing it to all the other Western rules that I've got. So, you know, I want to carry out that exercise in the relatively near future. Let's skip those two other Two Fat Lardies for a moment. I'll come back to those. So Dead Man's Hand is a very different game from the other Western rules I've got, and it is far more of a game than a simulation. I don't know what a cowboy is going to be like, but yeah, Dead Man's Hand, very I like the game, but I would prefer to play other Western rules, simply because I prefer to have a little bit of reality in there. And with Dead Man's Hand you can move figures far too easily, you know, through windows and jumping across roofs and falling from heights without suffering any ill effects and so on. And you know, and also it's a game where you have to clutter the table with a great many playing cards and so on. I mean, that's the thing about all these Western rules. I've just off screen here got so many things that are required. These aren't all for the same game, but these are all things that you have to store with the game, or the games rather, tokens, you know, character cards, more tokens there, playing cards. But in Dead Man's Hand you have to put these down on the table, and it just kind of detracts from the appeal of the game, you know, the visual appeal of the game. It is a very appealing game to play. It's great fun to play. Right, so I'm going to go through. So one of the reasons why you do have to sometimes reinvent the wheel is that rules get discontinued. You know, the company that produces them either goes out of business, or it just decides to drop a particular line, or there's a print run that ends and then it's not economically viable to print the thing again, or at least not print it, you know, to revise it, to do a bit of work and, you know, correct mistakes that might be in it and so on. But that's one reason why we were in need of some more Western rules. That this very good Warhammer historical set of Western rules, with one of its supplements there, Frontier, for Blood on the Plains. Warhammer, as I said earlier, just decided to drop all their historical stuff, concentrate on the gaming side of their business and the money making side. Tombstone is another Western rules. It's still available. I suspect, I said a long time ago, about a year ago, when I was doing a review of all these rules, I suspect Tombstone was created. It's from Black Scorpion, who are a figure manufacturer, and they produce some really nice cowboy figures, Western figures. But I suspect they brought this out because of the demise of the Warhammer historical rules, because they are very similar in format and colour, paper quality, everything. This is reminiscent of the Warhammer book, so I think they were trying to fill a gap in the market. But at the same time, it goes back to that other thing about how if you produce a range of figures, then you're not going to sell that many without a set of rules to use them with, and that's probably one of the reasons why they did it. And Gunfighter's Ball, not too old a set of rules, comes from Knuckle Duster Miniatures in the States, and it was my favourite so far out of all these rules that I tried, all these Western rules that I tried. I won't carry on too much about, cause it's getting me off on the time. I'm meant to be talking about Wargames rules in general, but this is a good, good game to play, and very kind of very much an old-fashioned kind of skirmish game, in that you have to keep a note of where, ammunition, spent ammunition, what type of weapons people are carrying, right down to what they might have in their left hand and their right hand, and where they've taken wounds and all kinds of things like that. So you're getting into the simulation end of that spectrum that I was talking about earlier. And then in that pile as well, we have some other ones. This is from Warhammer Historical as well, so another one that was dropped, which I've never played, but I think I said earlier. Did I say that? I can't remember. It's such a long time ago now. I was thinking about getting into pirate games. This one is the equivalent, again, from Black Scorpion, because they do pirate figures as well. And again, I suspect that they brought these out once once this one wasn't around. And then I've got another Two Fat Lardies games here. Chain of Command. Never played it. I've heard lots of good things about it, so I wanted to get it. A lot of people much prefer it to Bolt Action, and I've got no reason to believe that it isn't better than Bolt Action, but I haven't still to try it out myself. And Sharp Practice, which is I should really say that this is Sharp Practice 2. This is one of the things that I always like to remind people of, that this is a revision of the original Sharp Practice rules, and it's a very popular set of rules that I cannot get on with at all. And one of the reasons, one of the minor reasons that I don't like it is that, having brought out a second edition, you would think they would have everything in it refined and got ironed out all the glitches in the rules, and they certainly didn't do that. There was a vast, a sizable frequently asked question, and errata sheet that came out after this was published. And frequently asked questions are they're questions that are asked frequently, so there shouldn't have been a frequency of questions, if they'd clarified the rules properly in the first place. But I just don't like there's lots of things I don't like about it. People mistake it for a large scale set of rules. You even see people attempting to play large battles, such as, I don't know, Waterloo or Borodino with it. It's totally unsuited for that. It's meant to be like a skirmish game, with small units, with characters, a lot of individual figures acting as characters within that. People use it, they just sort of put small units on the table, so it's exactly what I was saying earlier, that they put what they think is an army on the table, but it's just their collection of figures, which don't correspond to any order of battle or so on. And that's not how skirmishes, even large skirmishes, occurred in the Black Powder era. Anyway, I've probably wound enough people up by talking about that already, so I won't go into any more detail in my gripes about sharp practice. Let's find another pile of books. Rapid Fire, Fast Play Rules. This has, in the relatively recent past, been revived and reprinted and so on, but this is the original set of rules, which goes back to the 1990s, I think. It'll take me a while to... 1994. I didn't have any World War II figures when I started playing this. I was introduced to it at the local Wargames club. And it's one of those set of rules that everybody was playing down there and seemed to be really enjoying. And, it goes back to this whole thing about, it makes you wonder why things sort of come and go in terms of wargaming fashions. I can't explain it. I think there is a tendency in any marketplace, in any sphere, to always want to be, keep up with the Joneses, as it were, and always be doing the latest trend. So that's another reason why Wargames rules, keep being produced. How many World War II Wargames rules do you need? Well, you need them all if you're going to always want to have the latest version and to appear to be, ahead of the field and all this sort of thing. But I can see some reasons why, you might be dissatisfied with Rapid Fire, for some of the game mechanics, like tanks were extremely vulnerable, I seem to remember. But then again, they are in games like Bolt Action, so you haven't solved the problem by replacing Rapid Fire with Bolt Action. It's just a fact of life that these things are gonna change. There's another World War II game, Flames of War, far more, far more of one of those games where you get the entire package. You get the 15mm miniatures and models, you get the rule books, you get the supplements, so it's a sort of world in its own right that people could get into, but there's nothing to stop you playing Flames of War with other figure manufacturers than Battlefronts, and in fact I've seen it played with 20mm plastic figures, different base sizes and so on. It's a good game, but it's has its own nuances and quirks, and I can understand why some people wouldn't take to it, but I quite like it. I'm not over mad on it. Then on to another subject. So you can get Wargames rules, I think I mentioned earlier, absolutely free and for nothing off of the internet, and this is probably one of the best and most worked on, most accurate sets of rules that you can find on the internet, that you can download for absolutely for free, because it's been around for such a long time, and Ground Zero Games, who produce models for space battles and so on, have been tweaking it for many years. But this is a very simple. It's almost like a naval battle game. You have damage cards and so on that represent the damage areas on your ship that slowly get eroded, and a lot of naval rules work in that way. Have different systems that might be affected, like the propulsion or the armor, the hull, as it were, and that kind of thing. And yeah, lots and lots that you can get from Ground Zero Games for their. I had a new Israeli fleet, and they didn't have any rules for that, so I downloaded this from a website, a dedicated website, and then it wasn't very popular with my colleagues that I was playing full thrust with at the club, because although it was kind of an officially recognised, as it were, army list, it was very overpowered, and I realise that now. And they were a bit dismayed that I was winning all the games and things, and kind of didn't like that. But that's one of the pitfalls of having a free set of rules that anyone can add to it in a way. And the site that I got it from was officially recognised. It's more here with different factions and so on. Yeah, it's like a real world in its own right. And with this in particular, I would say, why do you need to have other space battle rules? And it's simply because this had to create its own science fiction universe, and there are alternative unrealities. There may well be alternative realities, but there are definitely alternative unrealities when it comes to wargaming. So people have invented their own worlds and their own I'm trying to think of one, Gates of Antares or something like that, so they have to have rules for it. Right, next part. Okay, more detritus and encumbrances for this next set of rules. So these are all cards and printouts and boards and things that you need, tokens that you need to play the game of Cross Lances, which is a jousting set of rules which bombed really. It's no longer printed, and I've still to play it, but I am, as you may know, trying to get figures together for it, and it was very. I think it was exploitative in a way that the figures that I bought cost me £20 per blister. There was 2 mounted figures and a dismounted figure in each blister, along with transfers and bases and so on. But it's now possible to get those figures on the same site on Curtis or First Cause site for £14.40. So it's come down in price. It's at £6 from £20 to £14.40, nearly £6. And that's demonstrative of the fact that they were trying to exploit the need not only to have the rules to play the game, but to need to have cards, tokens, movement templates, all that kind of thing. There's another, talking about movement templates, there's another one, Always Above. I still haven't played this, so I'm interested in it. Saw it being promoted on another YouTube channel. It could well be a very good game. I'm going to be using those Wings of War, Wings of Glory planes to play it at some stage. But the 2 things that struck me about it was that you do need to do quite a lot of research, in a way, to work out the technical capabilities of the plane that you are flying. As far as I know, as far as I remember, there isn't that much in there to help you with that. There are some aircraft in here, so maybe I'm being a bit harsh on them. Maybe you could get away with it. Yeah, but look at the number of movement templates and so on, you have to have, and I think, I had a horrible feeling when I got this that I think you need one set like that per plane. Maybe not, I don't know. Haven't really investigated it too far. But, whatever, it's still, it still goes back to this thing about how you need so many accessories and how do you store all that, I think my solution of putting them all in pouches in storage boxes is going to be the solution. Right, yeah, this is another completely, different topic now, but this is a game from Firelock Games that came out, oh gosh, I don't know, I can't remember when it was, about a year ago, maybe. And it's very much, it's been compared to Sharp Practice, which, as you now know, my views on Sharp Practice really put me off it in a way, getting it, but I thought I would try it out. And I have played a game with it, and I'm not over impressed with it. It worked quite well, and I have to give them credit for being honest in this book, which I don't think Sharp Practice is. They do say quite near the beginning that they realise that the type of games it produces don't conform to the historical realities of the conflicts and so on. In terms of the forces you're putting on the table, and they say it's just the game, and they admit it, and I admire them for admitting it. And the game isn't bad, but it's not something that is, has captivated me and that I'm going to pursue. Had a little bit of an odd, sort of subtitle as well, I thought. Victorian Age Combat, 1837 to 1901. People have a concept of the Victorian era, but they don't really, how do you define Victorian combat? Fighting didn't change the moment Queen Victoria came to the throne, and didn't change again when she died. Obviously the art of war and weaponry and strategy and everything was changing over that period, but the dates of her reign didn't mark the parameters of those changes in any way, shape or form. And also the Victorian age included so many diverse and different types of conflict. You've got everything from colonial wars, and the colonial wars would differ in terms of small scale affairs right up to the Boer War or something like that, or you might have just minor skirmishes on the northwest frontier of India. But then you also got during the Victorian age you've got wars like the Franco-Prussian War and the Austro-Prussian War, massive battles that were on a scale with the Napoleonic era, and sometimes even bigger. So Victorian age combat isn't a thing. But anyway, yeah, that's being a bit pedantic or semantic on me. Now this set of rules, by fire and sword. This is really interesting, I think. It's another one of those sort of a Polish company, another one of those sets of rules that the rules are there, they've got the rules, and it's a massive encyclopedic set of rules, but also they produce armies, box sets of figures. They produce their own ranges of figures, buildings. There's been a few supplements as time has gone by, but that has tended to sort of cloud the issue, I think. The supplements have come out not because, well, there is to an extent there have been supplements coming out to extend the period, but also this set of rules I think are very good, but at the same time are very difficult to get your head round. So I think Task Force, they certainly brought out a set of rules that simplified it, honed it down and made it much easier for new players to pick it up. But if you're interested in the sort of Eastern Renaissance, as it's sometimes called, you would be drawn to this like a magnet. And look how beautiful the book is. It's something that you could get really excited about. And I've played a couple of games, and the things we have found is that it is difficult to learn, so we were probably making a lot of mistakes. And also we rapidly discovered that Polish armies seem to nearly always win every game they play. So I think there's a little bit of inbuilt kind of preferential treatment to the Poles there. So it became, in a way, a little bit of a turn off. That one particular player was bringing Poles all the time, and it was getting difficult to beat him. It goes back to that thing about what I was saying in Field of Glory, that sometimes people find a winning army list, and then play that because they know they're going to win, rather than playing it for the sake of the interest in the history or something. Nice thing about this set of rules as well was that you could play very divergent sizes of force, and you would balance it by giving the weaker player far more advantages in the game. In terms of having I can't remember exactly, but things like choice of terrain and predisposing factors that would balance the game, and that worked quite as well. But I've only ever got together one army, and once I stopped going to the club and fell back onto solo wargaming, then I needed to get another army together, and I've made a start on some Muscovites, but they've been collecting dust. The boxes of unpainted figures that I haven't got round to yet has been collecting dust on my bookshelf for quite a long time, and I keep looking at it. It's there. I've put it somewhere where I pass it every day, and to remind me, and I keep looking at it thinking, yeah, I really must knuckle down and get the rest of them painted, and haven't done yet. And also another hitch here is that it didn't really catch on too well in the UK. I managed to pick up when there was one shop in Staffordshire that stopped. I think they went out of business, but eventually, or closed down anyway. But you can pick up armies, by fire and sword armies, the box sets on eBay very, very cheaply now, especially the less popular factions. I think the Polish winged hussars and that will still go for quite a good price, but you can get them at a much cheaper price than they used to retail with, and they don't seem to be sold by many companies in the UK any longer. And I suspect a lot of that is to do with Brexit, maybe. Historical Wargame, I think that was the name of the company, were Polish themselves, and they used to come over to Salute every year. And yeah, I haven't seen them around in a long time. So I think Brexit had a little bit of an effect on it, but it was beginning to falter anyway. So I don't think Brexit can be blamed entirely for its demise in the UK. But as far as I can see, it's still going quite strong in Eastern Europe, in Poland in particular, and lots of people collect in Poland from Europe every year to play in tournaments and things. And it's a really absorbing little, set of rules that, not little set of rules, it's a really absorbing set of rules that I can understand people, becoming obsessed with. So I was talking earlier about how I belong to a small group of people down in Thanet, and we were going to sort of start up had this sort of embryonic stage of a Wargames club beginning, and we were going to start with 15mm American Civil War, and we settled on the Athena set of rules by Terry Wise. But then I left Thanet, came down to Plymouth, and I was putting together a reasonable size of 15mm American Civil War army, and when I came to join the club in Plymouth eventually, I didn't join it for quite a few years, but by that stage Fire and Fury had come out, and it was the obvious sort of set of rules to go for, to join in with. And I've had some really good games of Fire and Fury. It's I think it's been surpassed in my affections by other rules now, not necessarily rules that are ACW specific. I mean, I think the Black Powder supplement, Glory Hallelujah, is fantastic. Black Powder's a fantastic set of rules, and Glory Hallelujah is one of their best supplements, and I tend to favour that now, although a lot of my wargaming opponents disagree with me profoundly. Some of them are very loyal to Fire and Fury. It's a bit weird, I said earlier about how sometimes it's the visual appeal, visual aesthetic of a game doesn't look right, and you would think from what I've said that I would, not like Fire and Fury from that point of view, because the original set of rules was a brigade level rule, so you could have 9 stands, say, of figures with about four figures on each stand, so what's that, about 36 figures, and yet they represented an entire brigade, not even a regiment. And yet the visual look, when you look at this photograph here on the front cover, it does look, you can instantly recognise, that it's Armistead reaching the bend in the stone wall at Gettysburg during Pickett's charge, and it looks right, but in fact, this is an entire brigade here, that's a brigade there, that's another brigade there, so in fact it's completely wrong, but you tend to forget that they are brigades and just move them around as units, so it still works. The one thing I never really got on with in the set of rules is that if you roll, I think it's a 10 with your artillery, it's quite a devastating volley. Has a massive impact on the target, but at the same time you run out of ammunition, and there isn't a rule for bringing ammunition to the to the artillery. The artillery has to withdraw in order to be replenished in ammunition, and I never thought that was realistic, especially in a situation such as this, for instance, where the artillery is in a strong position behind a wall. Why should they suddenly decide that they're going to withdraw from that position, just as a result of a dice roll? They might be in a very strong, very favourable situation, and yet if they want to carry on firing ammunition, they have to pull back in order to replenish it. So I never got on with that rule. And on that subject of it being a brigade level game, they did later on bring out a regimental set of rules, which is very similar game mechanism. And I played a few games of this, but I've never actually got the rules. By the time this came out, I think Black Powder was out, and I was sort of falling out of love with Fire and Fury. And I think since then they've actually brought out a new edition of the Brigade level, wouldn't like to say. But the game, you could also get scenario books for the East and the West. So I've got the Eastern battles here. And this is worth getting, just for the scenarios. You don't have to really play Fire and Fury rules to set up your table, your armies on the table to comply with the scenarios in here. So it's quite a useful book to have. Right, this is In the Heart of Africa, which I think I mentioned earlier, by Chris Pears. I picked this up at a Bring and Buy a couple of years ago, and I've got it in mind to play with my Maasai. As you can see here, they've got Maasai on the front cover of the army list. So just the fact that it's got army lists for armies like the Maasai, which aren't really catered for in rules like Congo, I like. But also, this is a more serious, set of rules than Congo. It is meant to reproduce more historic style games. Congo is most definitely, much as I love it, it is most definitely a game rather than a simulation. So I'm nearly there with getting together armies to play this, and we'll be playing it soon. Another set of colonial rules that I've had for quite a long time now is Battles for Empire. I did base up my Italians for this game, but I've never actually played a game of it. And I say I based up my Italians, but in fact there are only 4 theatres. It only caters for 4 theatres as far as I can remember. I know you can play the Anglo-Zulu War. I think the Boer War. The Sudan must be Pathans and Boer unit, yeah, and Dervish and Zulus, yeah. So the Sudan you can definitely play with it, but it wasn't an all-embracing colonial set of rules. It was specific to about 4 different theatres, and can't say how it played. I've never known anyone play it. No, I've heard good things about it, but I've never known anyone to actually. I've never seen a game of it played. And Sword in the Flame is another set of rules that I got this because it was an anniversary edition of it. It's been around a very long time now, and as you can see, this includes the sword in Africa. So I had in mind that maybe I would use this for my African campaigns, but again, a lot of old-time wargamers play this, but it's a very old-fashioned game mechanics in it, drawing cards and so on. Playing deck of cards. And I have played a game of the Sword and Flame many years ago, and I thought it was very clunky. In particular, when you take casualties, they become a huge encumbrance on the figures that are still up and able to fight. And I thought it got bogged down a little bit in trying to deal with the casualties and the wounded, and it detracted from the gameplay. But I'm happy to have the rules, and they're there. I've got them, as I buy a lot of rules, without an immediate desire to play them. Just I've got them in my library almost, as it were. Only then I have the problem of where on earth I'm going to keep them all, which is how this all began, this video. Right, next pile. Dystopian Wars. So I got into Dystopian Wars right at the start, and was just interested in it because other people were, and it seemed to be provoking a lot of interest and lots of favourable reports on the games and so on. It was I like sort of, it's a sort of steampunky kind of world. I like naval battles, as you know, and it's a sort of interesting twist on that. The kind of imagery and the aesthetics of it reminded me a lot of some anime that I favour. There's an anime of it, called The Wings of Honeyomese, which has a very kind of similar feel, a sort of steampunk version of the sort of Victorian era, where some technology is advanced. So there are flying machines and all this kind of thing. Really, it's very captivating and immersive, and the game's quite good. I even went to a tournament once. I think I came bottom, got the wooden spoon in the tournament, but enjoyed it nevertheless. But then it was originally Spartan Games, and Spartan Games were notorious for dropping things, and not supporting them properly. And it's gone through so many different hands. It's now out and being well supported with lots and lots of new, fleets and new models coming out. But it's not something that I was happy to continue with, especially as a lot of the models that I had unpainted didn't really fit into the new rules and new world and so on. So I gave a lot of my unpainted stuff away. I've still got a fleet of the sort of Japanese version of it, but I don't think it will ever see the light of day on a gaming table again. So really, this is a set of rules where it's the sort of the marketing aspect of some of the the strategies of some of the board games companies comes out very much so in this Dystopian Wars, and it sort of stretched my patience really to the point where I wasn't prepared to carry on with it. This is Dice Show, which I tried out as an alternative to Ronin for playing with Samurai, and I never actually got to play a game with it, but we got all the way to having a game prepared. I even had the table set up, and then my opponent got flu, and then I think after that I got ill and just gave up on it in the end without ever actually having played a game. There is a lot of preparation for it, and that tends to, in a way, detract from the game itself. But you can do all that preparation before you get to the game, so you can do it all before you turn up at a club to play it. So in that respect, it's not like the Peter Pig rules where you have to do the setup live, as it were. You can get everything prepared before, but there is still a lot of preparation. And I think I've seen the game at conventions and things being played, but never played it. Never got around to playing it myself. So I can't really comment on how it plays. What else have we got then? I think I've got to go turn for another pile. Okay, I've got more Flames of War stuff here. So maybe I should have remarked when I showed you that other Flames of War book that another thing that has put me off Flames of War is that it goes into edition after edition after edition, and it's back to that same thing about why do you need to keep altering. It's not only that you're getting one set of World War II rules after another, it's within that you'll get one version of the same set of rules coming out after another. And I think Flames of War is is it into its fourth edition? So it's exactly, you know, the way that Games Workshop behave in a way. And you know, yes, each edition might be an improvement on the last, but it might be something that you're not so keen on. You can always carry on playing an earlier edition, but you know, people tend to want to be playing the latest edition just to be, you know, keeping up with the trends. But lots of spin-offs in a way from Flames of War, so you get, you know, sort of Arab-Israeli wars, the Great War. This is a quick start version. Team Yankee. Now again, I was really enthused about Team Yankee at first because I just love, you know, the look of modern tanks, A-10 tank buster aircraft and Abrams tanks and all that kind of thing. Just, you know, really like the look, the visual look of it. But, you know, the visual look on the table of Team Yankee, I thought ended up looking totally ridiculous. You know, you had these sort of tank parks where you have groups of, you know, 10 or 15 tanks all moving around, you know, side by side on the table, and it just didn't look right. So regardless of whether you know, it's a good game or not, it just put me off, and I've only ever got as far as putting a lot of the models together and priming them. I haven't even painted anything from it, but you know, some of those models will come in useful, no doubt, in the future for a different rule set. I might even, you know, put some of them into my AK-47 games for very modern, you know, battles in Africa. I mean, even the Arab-Israeli war that I showed you earlier, you know, AK-47 do have, you know, add-ons to incorporate that sort of conflict. So, you know, there's the crossover there, and I will be able to make use of the models. There's another. This I've really got for. This is the North Africa version. I couldn't even tell you, you know, which edition it applies to. I mean, this is another annoying thing. Just like those Filled with Glory add-ons, that you buy the army lists and the supplements, and then they only apply to the edition that's out currently. But I got this because I have been putting together an army for O Group now, 15mm figures, which I did originally buy to play Flames of War, but they're now going to be useful in O Group. But I use this really as a, you know, reference for painting guides and that kind of thing, rather than for the rules itself. Dust Tactics, I think I don't know what Dust Tactics. I think this came through with the Wargames magazine, but it might be. Yeah, it is from Battlefront, so it might be a kind of. I don't know. It's a sort of alternative history version of Flames of War, I think. I don't know. I'm not really interested in it, but it's, you know, came free and didn't want to throw it away. And a Vietnam version of Flames of War. Ah, right, now Saga. Really love Saga. And yet, you know, it's the opposite of a lot of the type of games that I, you know, did state earlier I go for. I mean, most definitely a game and not a simulation. You're playing using battle boards. You roll dice, which are game-specific dice. So you could roll normal six-sided dice, but again, most people tend to buy the dice, and the dice are expensive and so on. It's from Studio Tomahawk, who also make Congo and Muskets and Tomahawks. And yeah, I really got into this game when it first came out. It expanded so much into different periods, like it went into the Crusades from the Dark Ages and so on, and expanded the number of factions so much, and each faction had its own rules, and the faction specific rules began to require changes to the core rule set themselves. So eventually, after an it was overdue, but they eventually brought out a new set of rules, and that set of rules, you would think as a compendium would have done it, and then you'd be settled with that. But since then, they're just carrying on expanding. I think the next thing to come out is going to be an Age of Chivalry, so it will cover things like the 100 Years' War and so on. And so you get this similar thing where, I have been to a Saga tournament and really enjoyed it. But you get this similar thing as you do in other, like the DBX style games for ancients and that you'll end up with, totally unhistoric factions opposed to one another on the tabletop, and it began to be. I liked it when it was just. I most liked it when it was when it first came out, and it was just a very specific period with Anglo-Danes fighting Vikings, and all the factions could have met one another on the in history, and so they did on the tabletop, and I was happy with that. So even though it was very much a game, with this game mechanic of rolling dice and then letting that determine your abilities and so on, I really enjoyed it. But then about the time that the compendium sort of version came out, I stopped going to my Wargames club, and you could play it solo, but you wouldn't get a lot of fun out of it, because you really need, part of the game is needing to determine, you need to see what your opponent's, how he's deployed his dice on his battle board, but you do need to not know when he's going to choose to play a particular dice. And obviously if you're playing yourself, you know exactly whether you're going to counter one person's play and so on. So it's not an ideal game for solo. In fact, it's pretty almost impossible to play it solo. So I sort of gave up playing with it, and some of the later, as you can see, so back to this thing where I kept up with it for a while by buying the new books and so on, but never ever took them out of their shrink wrap. I've got the Saga Age of Magic because I put together an army suitable for Saga Age of Magic, but that was part of a challenge that Little Legions put on his YouTube channel, and yeah, I enjoyed taking part in that and enjoyed painting up the army, but it was really a painting project rather than a wargaming project. So I've never played Age of Magic, probably never will, but I've got all the appropriate dice and everything. I've got it all there in my library. As I say, this is the original. These are all the original rules. Oh yeah, Aetius and Arthur I think was the last supplement they brought out before they brought out the compendium. So this is really the age of Arthur, the sort of post the withdrawal of the Romans from Britain. So it's slightly earlier than the the original rule set was set in. And this is the Crescent and Cross, which was the Crusader supplement. So this was really when the Crescent and Cross really did begin to alter the core rule set, and in particular they altered rules to do with cavalry moving in rough terrain, uneven terrain, and I began to sort of feel a little bit frustrated when this came out. I was sort of slightly involved in the pre-release, beta testing and all that kind of thing with it, but I was surprised by some of the rules that were in here that had never been raised as an issue in the sort of little chats I'd had with Studio Tomahawk and so on. Not that I was part of the kind of mainstream development of the rules or anything like that, but I never came across the issue until the rules actually came out, and then discovered that they'd altered the way cavalry, were hampered in uneven terrain. And on the forum, I found it a little bit sort of puzzling how, people were arguing in favour of the rule change because they said it made it more realistic. And that, I found that a little bit difficult to grasp because it's a totally unrealistic set of rules. So for instance, if you have a building like a house, cavalry can't go into that building. They can attack a unit that is inside the building, but they can't actually get off their horses and go into the building to fight the figures that are in the building. You can't dismount cavalry figures in these rules, or at least you couldn't in the days when I used to play it. I don't know what's happened recently, but that in itself is totally unrealistic. So to say that if a mounted unit goes into a piece of terrain which is exactly the same size as a building, has the same footprint as a building, but are immediately hampered by being on horseback in that area, it is realistic to hamper them even more, then that doesn't make sense to me, because in reality what they would have done, if they wanted to flush a kind of group of skirmishers or whatever who were embedded in this difficult terrain, is they wouldn't have gone in with their horses in the first place. They would have got off their horses. So, people take these rules not too seriously. I mean, I think it's quite right to take rules seriously, but they misinterpret the philosophy of the rules. And the philosophy of the rules wasn't to create a realistic situation on a tabletop. It was to, the philosophy of the rules was to produce a good game. Just like sharp practice, people misinterpret that and think that the rules are intended for them to be able to put on a simulation of a battle on the tabletop using the figures that they've got, which is not. I mean, in theory, the philosophy of the sharp practice is to produce a game where individual characters can be gamed as though you were playing almost like a role play or a small scale skirmish game, but within the context of a conflict which has slightly larger units. So again, I haven't really described that. I'll stop wittering on about sharp practice, but yeah, same thing with Saga. It's a game. It's a very good game, but it's not. If you want to recreate historical, realism, then you shouldn't really go for Saga. No matter how interested you are in a particular culture, like you might be fascinated with Vikings and know everything there is to know about them, but in that case, why play Saga when it's just a game? Why not play? If you want to create the Viking Age, find another set of rules that does it better. And I'm not criticising Saga at all, because, as I say, it's one of my favourite sets of rules. This was in a Wargames magazine. I think they had a battle board for African armies, I think mainly, I think this was specifically, oh no, it is colonial and native, but from the, you can see from the dice that, you know, there's a clear reference to Zulu shields and things there, and to, yeah, so I think I got that from, I can't remember where I got this, but it was worth giving it a try. But, you know, Congo is far and away a much better, you know, game rather than simulation of African warfare, so never really kept it up. Varjasian Basilius is another supplement for the Varangian Guard and so on, Byzantine. Okay, I think I've got one more pile to show you and then we're done. Okay, I'll save this deliberately till last. I wanted to talk a little bit about Warlord games. So Warlord, very much modelling themselves, I think, on the sort of Games Workshop template, whilst at the same time you know, not only leaning towards historical games, because they do have some sci-fi games, but having more of a, you know, an academic approach, if you could say that. So there's lots, you know, so there's lots. If you take Black Powder, for instance, which is again is another one of my all-time favourite sets of wars, there is lots of historical accuracy in the army lists and so on. You know, the game mechanics borrow a lot from modern companies like Games Workshop. In fact, I think Rick Priestley, I think, who's, you know, the author of a lot of these rules, I think did begin with Games Workshop. Not entirely sure, but you know, around the time that GW ditched all their Warhammer historical, it was obviously, you know, it left a lot of people within their company, I'm sure, feeling that they no longer belonged at Games Workshop, you know, and we're looking for other alternatives. And one of the things that seemed to come out of that was Warlord games. You know, I might be totally inaccurate in that. That is just my feel and my impression. But yeah, but there is a lot more interest in being kind of historically accurate, as it were, in terms of the depiction, you know, the army lists and so on, and the conflicts that are described in Black Powder, and I like all that. Whether it produces games that you know, that are historically representative of how armies would have fought is an interesting question. I mean, I have a friend who is very keen on Fire and Fury, and we have played Black Powder together. And he is totally dismissive of, you know, of Black Powder, partly because he is far more puritanical than I am about historical, what's the words, like the credentials of the company. So the minute he knows, you know, that a lot of the staff, like Rick Priestley, did once write for Games Workshop, then he doesn't want to know, you know, his prejudice, you know, he's sort of biased against it right from the get-go. But he did say, when we were playing one game, you know, like he ended up rolling in three turns, not being able to advance his Confederates forward. They just stopped in the middle of a field when they were attempting to cross the tabletop, and he couldn't get them to advance, and he said that would never have happened, and yet, you know, because the Confederates were so highly motivated and so on, that they would never have just suddenly stopped and not gone anywhere because they became disordered, and then he couldn't get the disorder off them. But in fact, that is just his view of how a particular army behaved, and when you actually do dive into some of the details of battles in the American Civil War, I mean, like the Pickett's Charge is a classic example that most people's impression of Pickett's Charge was that it was sort of do or die. The high tide of the Confederacy, literally, that the whole division or whatever it was just charged forward into the guns and were either wiped out, or managed to get to the wall and died fighting there. But in fact, a lot of the archaeology of the Gettysburg battlefield has shown now that a lot of the areas where the Confederates were buried was, they never got beyond I think it's the Emmetsburg Pike, that they stopped at the fence, had difficulty getting over that fence, and stopped there, and then eventually turned around and went back. So, which is precisely the situation that developed with his army in this black powder game. So, you can argue either way. I mean, I think black powder, the rules are clearly, gamey, but it goes back to this thing that simulations, like the old-fashioned simulation type war games of the 70s and 80s, were very hard, very ponderous to play, and it was a relief to get new ideas and new game mechanics coming through with companies like Games Workshop. So that's what black powder is doing, really. It's making the games flow much better than they used to, and yet still retaining the realism of what the old rules were aspiring to. So I think we just have to differ, me and him, on whether black powder is a good set of rules. So they have brought out a second edition of it. This is the second edition. Some changes in it, but the changes are for the better and don't dramatically alter the game. So if you were familiar with the first set of rules, you easily understand the second set of rules. So this is an example of a second edition working out well. They didn't change it completely so that you needed to buy new armies or whatever like Games Workshop do, and yeah, it's good second edition. Bolt Action, on the other hand, this is the second edition of Bolt Action. I've got the first edition in here somewhere. Let me jump forward a little bit. Bolt Action first edition, where is it? It's in here somewhere. Here we are. It is not everyone's cup of tea. A lot of people prefer that Chain of Command set of rules that I told you earlier. Again, it is very much a game. It definitely doesn't produce an historically accurate game, I don't think. And what I found the supplements were doing, because it did bring out lots of sorts of Warlord games. Again, part of this marketing thing, they bring out figures that you require to play the supplements. So as the supplements come out, they bring out particular troop types and so on. And what that results in, not only is Bolt Action, it is a good game, and I enjoy playing it a lot, but it's not historically accurate. But what you'll find if that happens is that you get supplements coming out because of that need from Warlord to kind of exploit their audience, to try and create a captive customer audience, that is almost obliged to buy the figures because they feel the need to buy the supplements. What happens is the reason they feel obliged is that the supplements end up with figures developing a kind of power creep. Does that make sense? So you would have, in the original sets of rules, you could play with British paras, for instance. But as soon as the supplement comes out, you find that the paras have got added abilities, which makes them a lot stronger than they originally were. And then you'll get, German armies, for instance, where, that balances itself off so that the player who's got the German army doesn't feel kind of robbed of any advantage, so it will balance, but and it will carry on like that. Each supplement that comes out gives you additional skills, that you can use to play with the original rule set. So it's power creep is the best way of describing it. Plus an incentive to buy a particular unit. So the Chindits, you might have the Chindits, I don't know if they are listed in here or not, but the Chindits will have, is that a set of Chindits I saw there? Yeah, it is Chindits here. So the Chindits will have specific rules that didn't exist prior to this supplement coming out, but then, by some strange coincidence, Warlord will release a box set of plastic Chindits at the same time. And there has been a second edition of Bolt Action come out. I think the rules were changed quite a bit, more so than Black Powder changed from one edition to the other. I have played the second edition, but I couldn't tell you what the rule changes were now. Memory is failing me. But there's a constant need, to sort of feed the market demand by creating the market demand. So it's a sort of ever, self-reinforcing kind of process. The Korean supplement to the second edition of Bolt Action, I was really interested in getting, because I have got an interest in the Korean War, and I've got some Korean War armies that have been, it's going back to that rebasing thing, that I seem to be permanently rebasing my Korean figures, to the point now that half of them are on individual bases and half of them are based up for Flames of War. But Bolt Action will require them all to be individually based, and I've never got round to doing that. But yeah, I'm still, someday in the future I still will play this set of rules with my Korean War figures. It's just a long way off. I'm not really motivated to rush at it at the moment. Another thing about the Korean War, which is partly what is causing me a problem at the moment, is that it was fought in so many different types of terrain and over so many different drastically changeable seasons. So it doesn't look right. Back to this visual aspect of games. It doesn't look right to me to have, Chinese in winter clothing on bases that are covered in snow, fighting against US Marines maybe who've got their sleeves rolled up. Sort of clashes to me. So you really have to have a variety of Korean War armies, to fight different battles. The Chosin Reservoir campaign look of both sides was very different from the Pusan perimeter, for instance. So back to Black Powder here. So these are some of the supplements to Black Powder that I've got. Here's Glory Hallelujah, which was absolutely fantastic, I think. supplement. I think one of the Black Powder's best supplements. Whereas Zulu, which is another interest I have, didn't like this supplement at all. So I haven't really. I played a game which you may have seen. Played it several times now, of Rorke's Drift, and didn't use anything from this because I just didn't like the way it dealt with it. So I didn't adopt anything from that. Black Powder on its own is perfectly good set of rules without these additions to be able to play the Anglo-Zulu Wars. But having said that, it's perfectly good sort of rules to play the American Civil War, but Glory Hallelujah somehow managed to develop the Black Powder, whereas Zulu didn't work. Blood on the Nile, can't really say anything about because I haven't even got any armies for this, but as I think I said earlier with Sounds of the Sudan, it's a period that's always appealed to me, and I got this, just because the period appeals to me, and maybe one day I will play it. So with Black Powder there are various, I'm wiping all the dust off these, which is, is what you get when you just leave things lying around for decades. Black Powder has a lot of versions set in different eras. So there is Hail Caesar. Now, this is interesting. I know for a fact that I've bought a supplement to Hail Caesar, and I haven't got it here on the table. So it's back to that original thing about how, all my army lists and Wargames rules have just got scattered and I've not been able to find them. So even though I've had a good search through my house, that is missing somewhere. But so anyway, there's Hail Caesar. There is now a Hail Caesar 2, which I haven't got. Very good set of rules again, very similar in mechanics to Black Powder, but with some twists, to make it more, to correspond with the way ancient armies fought, and had some good games of this. And it's very easy. Although there are, sort of base sizes recommended in all these books, they're not hard and fast. So if your army matches the basing standards of your opponent's army, then it works perfectly well. So you can just take your armies that are based in the DBX fashion and play them using any of these rules, and it works fine. If you're playing in 15, these do tend to be all the pictures are sort of 28mm figures, and they do tend to recommend 28mm scale and very large table surfaces which most people won't have in their homes. But if you're playing in 15mm, it works really well on a 6'4" table, because you just convert all the measurements in here from inches down to centimetres, and it works brilliantly. So you can easily play Hail Caesar using your DBM armies or your Amati armies or your Field of Glory armies or whatever you got. And again, Pike and Shot, never played this. Again, it's got, the rules are more suitable for the Renaissance period, and I picked this up because I was hoping at some point they would I would be able to use it for my 28mm Winged Hussar poles and that kind of thing. And don't think they have, I might be wrong, I don't know, I haven't kind of been watching, but I don't think they've yet brought out an Eastern Renaissance extension for this. They tend to have concentrated more on bringing out supplements for the things like the 30 Years' War and the English Civil War and so on. So it's sort of stayed in Western Europe rather than Eastern Europe. I might be wrong in that, because I haven't looked in a long time. Right, finished. Got through everything. other than I must go and look for that House Caesar supplement. Yeah, that's probably, I don't know how many hours of rambling I've performed to put all this together. And I think what I'll do is render it all into a video and then leave it off of YouTube, and put up another little short video maybe saying that I've done it, and if anyone does want to watch it, then I'll allow them to say, you know, put it up, and then I'll put it up. But I don't think you know, even with my predilection for long rambling YouTube videos, I don't think anyone's really going to watch 5 or 6 hours of this. So it's probably, you know, it's probably all been a bit of a pointless exercise, but I've enjoyed doing it anyway. And I will put up a kind of truncated version of this anyway. So thank you if you have held out right to the bitter end. Thank you for watching, and see you on the next video.